Hello, Fornius. Hello, bud. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna wait. Ready for 𝒕𝒂💏? We are indeed ready for 𝒕𝒂💏. For the train. We're gonna be training, buddy. We're gonna be training. Gonna wait some more though. Murder on the Warp Express, 𝒕𝒂💏. Yeah, I know. Murdering on the Warp Express. It is the way that it be. How many rolls have I done? Let me see. You know, in my off time, I have done a total, like ever since like the fucking Arknight stream, I have done a total of 127 rolls. I've done like 40 more polls since last time. And still no Silver Ash. Still none. Nothing. Garbage. It's rough out here. Genuinely rough. I only got Prama and Exalter also. I mean, I've been using Prama to just farm for Originites, but she's good. She's really good. She's really fucking strong. She is like... I'm not sure if she is... She might be. She might be on the same level as Tragonia. Might be Tragonia tier. Tragonia is fucked up and she might be as fucked up. She's so consistent with her skill too. Insanely consistent. But yeah, no Silver Ash though. She's so funny, but I wanted Silver Ash Alter. Me too! I've done a video on fucking Silver Ash, man. I deserve a Silver Ash. Just for that. I deserve him. It's crazy that I don't have a Silver Ash. Let me open up chat and the other place. Hello, Maru. There is the chat. Let's see if it works. Boom, boom. T. It works. Okay. Alright. Let me put on my rings. Get all my shit ready. Maintenance, I'll take it. I just wanted to check up on your stream. Well, we just started, buddy. We have just begun. I have done nothing. Genuinely nothing. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. When I'm not deciphering hieroglyphics, I'm doing amazing. Let me see. How much shit do I have for you? Can I live? I can't. I can't do nothing. I suck! Hey, this is here now. That's cool, right? I have no fucking idea what this is gonna be about, man. Water awards. The ring fall with students. Sorry if my grammar is a bit bad. I'm kidding right now. Sure, man. Sure, bud. As you say, Maru. Fairy Mare and Fairy Rhodia. Where was a Rhodia? Kinda high. Man, I suck at this. I should have known. What's in theater, right? Actually, no. Extract. There's the Rhodian. There she be. The Rhodian. She's the banner. Yeah, C. Hey, that's the Don Quixote I have. That we're gonna use in Canto 7. So, what is it, Maru? Where did we leave off last time? Let me see. Came here, familiar siren. Time! It dwindles away. There's a clock on the wall and it seems that it's calling your name. But you can't run away. It was time. I can't sleep right now, so I can't watch. You're streaming right now, so good night, buddy. Good night, Maru. I think you really need that sleep. You really need that rest, buddy. Please. You need it, for your own sake. Murder on the Warp Express. Yeah, went through the fucking time-killing time. It was. Fuck. You read the mini also. I did read the mini also. We read all three of these. That's what we did last time. We read these three, and then left this and the Dante's notes for later. So now we have to continue with this. First class. Are we gonna go into the first class? Am I gonna get frozen? Alright, how did this happen? First we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into our fancy little first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but... Hey, that's the thumbnail! That's my wife! Let's go. What's happened? Why did you wake me up? What the fuck? The first thing I saw when my vision returned was a perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train. I am pretty sure that scene is a reference to something. Maybe? Which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost unknown dimension. What the hell happened? First things first, let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago. How are we gonna get our fucking bus there? Like, is the bus coming with us? Is the bus gonna be a passenger? What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Hey, I love my warp trains. Warp trains are the best. There is nothing better than a warp train. Like, you can just get to somewhere in 10 seconds. Who cares that there's like a version of me that's like, you know, going insane and shit, or a version of me that's like fucking frozen in time for like who knows how long, billions of years. 10 minutes. No, 10 seconds. Point A to point B. I would abuse this. For sure.
맞게 들었을 텐데, 돈 키오테. 너희들은 지금부터 T4의 워프 열차 승강장으로.
워프 열차의 승강장에 무언가 문제가 있는 것이로군. 그것을 해결하러 가는 것이 아마도 우리
워프 열차 승강장에 또
소일거리를 하는 데에 제법 거리낌이 없게 되었군. P4로 이동하기 위해 워프 열차에 직접 탑승한다.
A story in a warp train could be very good for a terror novel. I mean, the problem is most people know the, you know, most people know the plot twist of like the warp train is working exactly as intended. But like, if people didn't know that, then it would make for a crazy twist where like at the end, after everything that happens, it is revealed that like, you know, nothing was going wrong, everything was as intended, everything was right. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents is usually usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late.
인격을 사용했을 때의 기억은 흐릿하다 못해 없는 수준이나.
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소 비효율적이고 기이하다는.
That's the worst that could happen. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you guys and I. It's gonna be so fun. We're going on a field trip. My lord! We're going on a field trip. It's gonna be amazing. You can be the leader, my lord.
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요.
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity's memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risk associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. I see, so like normally if this filter wasn't there, the sinners would just all kind of go insane, having these memories, these thoughts, these ideologies suddenly implanted into them and then taken out, but like a part of it would remain. But because of this filter, that part doesn't remain. It's like whatever happened gets erased for the most part, other than some fragmented memories that don't influence the thought too much. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but personality A plus personality B. Disaster, so the filter stops that, yep. And then it's not just personality A plus B, it's also plus C, plus D, plus E, plus fuck a whole lot of personalities. So like, it's not just a disaster, it's just fucking death probably. Just clawing your fucking hair out, clawing your brain, trying to get rid of the other personalities. Yeah, good thing this filter exists. I had an abundance of 𝒊𝒎𝒂𝒏 identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
하우스군? 그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가?
You knew?
본인한테만 미리
Fast!
저는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요. 당연히 여러분이 떠올린 문제를
I mean, we were gonna find out anyway, so it doesn't really matter, I guess.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않나?
버스, 이 버스는요? 열차
카론도 반대. 메피 말고 다른 걸 타면 메피.
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물 칸으로 편성되어 있습니다. 메피스토 팰레스는 해당 칸에 결속되어 함께
Okay, so we can just park them if it's a Fellas. That's nice. That's really convenient. Damn, these warp trains really are great, aren't they? Damn, I would... If I was the president of these warp trains, I would be so proud of my creation. Yeah, dead of the ego of a person by the addition of other egos of different alternative dimensions. Exactly. Like, you put all that into one soup. That soup is not gonna mix. You're putting oil, you put in the water, you're putting like some fucking solid, and then you fart in the bottle. Yeah, none of that is gonna mix, really. And it's just a disaster. Well, and once you add enough things, it's just gonna fucking explode.
또한 LC 1등석을 통해 이동할 예정.
The bus began to swell with noise again, though in its slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier.
등석이라면 부저놈들의 누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데 앞자리에서 거들먹거리면서 타던 놈들.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요?
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달치는 된다던데 회사 재정 괜찮은 거 맞아?
First year wing employee, damn. That's pretty expensive. Like, what exactly are these frozen ice machines, bro? Like, how are they that much more expensive than a regular fucking, you know, ticket? How expensive do those gotta be to run?
걱정할 만한 재정 상태는 아니죠.
개인 캡슐 프라이빗 뭐 고급스러운 단어가 덕지덕지 붙은 자리가 개인
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는 급속 동면 캡슐입니다.
Flash freeze hibernation.
워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안정적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을
그래도 회사의 배려에 참
그러게. 원래 같았으면 길잡이 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워보내주려나 했는데.
구태여 전원을 안치기보단 관리자님과 그 충실한 조력자만 있어도 충분했었겠지.
So you're gonna come with us too? Virgilius? We're gonna have Virgilius with us? He better be here. We know that an money city is equal to 1. So we can more or less say how much cost. Yeah, but do we know how much money like a wing employee in his first year makes? In like 4 months? God, what is... It's like there's oil in my throat.
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해 고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
아, 역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리 1등
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이 함부로 올 수 없는 공간이라는 것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요.
Ishmael, who'd been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes.
그러니까 저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이 편안하게 눈만 감으면 되는 거라고요. 옛날에 재정이 더 좋았을 무렵에는 기념품도 하나씩 줬었다고 했는데.
They used to give out commercial merch. We can say that they gained the same as an important worker of a Korean company. Like a high-ranking worker. Like a normal guy, but like a bit higher. A respectable man, let's just say. What a respectable man earns in Korea.
모험에는 항상 고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지. 허나 칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 닐 순 없는 일이지. 1등.
Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant they could ride in the first-class seats.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나? 그곳은 아비 교환을 감상하는 재미가 없을
Ryoshu, you can't be without it. Ryoshu, we will just put you in the fucking passengers. With the rest, with the commoners. You low blood. That's where we'll fucking put you. Oh, I don't want to miss out on the fun. Well, you won't. Approximately 70,000 plus USD per year. I mean, it's in 4th month, so like, you gotta do that. Like, a third of that is how much money it costs to get into a warp train. So like what, $23,000? 23,000 USD? That's a pretty substantial amount, man. Like, I get it, you won't feel the boredom, but man, it better suck me off during that 1,000 years. It better be sucking me off, like, the whole time. Like, I'm just fucking sitting in my fucking cryo chamber. My dick. Look, for 23,000, man. 23,000 is insane. Noob, I heard Enfield 1.2 is goated. Are you gonna play reinstall? Maybe. I mean, I could always reinstall it. I still have the launcher. Like, reinstalling it isn't that difficult. But if I do hear good things about it, I'll play more. Apparently what's not goated is the VII anniversary. That shit sucks apparently. Also, hello Curry. That shit sucks from what I've seen for an anniversary patch. Like, the general consensus is that it's a good patch, it's not a good anniversary patch. Great updates, terrible for anniversary. Best Annie of all time. At least it has content, that's the thing. Anniversary 1 of VII, it genuinely had nothing. Literally, what the fuck did Anniversary 1 have? It had the horses, like the horse racing thingy. That was like the big thing, the fucking cubes, bro. Does anyone care about the cubes? No one gave a fuck about the cubes, man. No one. Like, I've seen more AI generated fucking chibi like Phoebes than the actual cubes. No one gave a fuck about the cubies. The VII fans coping so hard against HSR Annie. Don't even know what HSR Annie was. I mean, the big problem is like 30 polls, man. 30 limited polls. And also, some characters have not rerun for a year now. In a 2-year-old game. It's 2 years old. And 1.x characters just have not come back. Ever since last Annie. other than Shorekeeper. Virgilius pretended to not hear Ryoshi's question. One free character, like 50 pulls and 20 weapon pulls, from what I heard. I mean, in VII we're getting 30 limited pulls, 10 standard pulls, which no one gives a fuck about, other than me, because it might give me more Kalkaros, and 10 weapon pulls. That is what we're getting in VII. Not really an anniversary patch. And a whole bunch of like shitty bike skins that no one cares about either. A lot of shit no one really cares about. Camellia got shafted so hard. Gion had like 6 rerun and 0 for Camellia. Even Gion has not had a rerun since last anniversary. Then is Nikke. Then is the Nikke anniversary. Like the popularity poll that happened. When is the anniversary necessarily? Exactly? I don't actually know. The event of Nikke right now. It's out now? Damn. Damn. Reverse and Nikke are cooking with their Annie. Apparently they are. Nikke Annie is November. It's November. Okay, so it's half Annie right now. Half anniversary. Yeah, that's what I thought. Half Annie both. Like, what's funny is that for fucking years now, people have been just making fun of, like, FGO for, like, being a terrible gacha game. For, like, terrible gacha monetization. The anniversary rewards are consistently good, man. Consistently really good. Like, around 100 pulls is pretty normal. Is around what you expect. Maybe like 80 pulls for FGO. That's not even counting, like, you know, Anniversary 10, which is fucking wild. Because that's just not happening again. But just normal anniversary stuff. And then you have Wuthering Waves. The devs listened gacha. Nikke first Annie was 180 pulls. That is crazy. Was the game about to die or something? And it was revived and they were like, you know what, we're gonna give out like 180 pulls to everyone? The same as the second Annie? Crazy. Like the 10th anniversary of FGO had 1,000 quartz. Not counting all the other tickets and shit. And that 1,000 quartz translated to like what? 330 pulls maybe? That's for 90 actually. Around 350 pulls it came out. FGO Annie comes out a few weeks before summer, and summer is where FGO release all cracked units, so it works out. Yeah, it works out. Like, unlike, for example, Arknights, summer in FGO is the most wonderful time of year. There is no year, there is no, like, time that's as good as summer in FGO. While in Arknights, the, like, most boring events happened in summer. And, like, whenever an anniversary something is not summer, that's when shit gets real. Free shit, a lot of pulls from codes, like 40 pulls in the event. There was a lot of things. I mean, I've done the codes that came out with, you know, Nikke. I have put down all those codes. So hey, if more comes in, I'm gonna put those too. But for now, everything that's out, I have used. I am just saving up my limited pulls. Specifically for any, like, character that really interests me. Mostly Cinderella. Because I know I'm probably gonna like her, but I'm just saving for now.
좋아.
그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고
가장 중요한 질문이 남아있네.
뭐냐? 답지 않겠죠?
Don Quixote carefully began almost whispering in a low voice.
일단 신발을 벗고 타야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실입니까?
Plus, the gems you get from the new 2 chapters they dropped with Annie. Like, we can promise Wu fans, if the game gave out like 50 to 60 polls, like, the devs would not starve. They wouldn't. They'd be fine, man. Like, if not even 50 limited polls. That doesn't even give you a character, by the way. Not even 50 limited polls. You could easily do that, man. You could easily give out at least 50. And it's way better than 30. It at least gets you close to, you know, the thing. Even to this day, despite having millions of more players, games like Genshin, FSR can't beat 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒏 in revenue during summer. Again, summer is just the most wonderful time of year for FGO. It's the best time. It's always awesome. Like the hype season during summer. Oh, it's so good, always, every year. Hello, Q, I'm drawing fast right now. You're drawing D-Wife? You're gonna love Cinderella? Probably. During July, August, FGO is the grossing game in terms of revenue. It just is. It's just that good. In summer. I don't even know what summer variants I want, honestly. I'm really not sure. What would the anniversary servant be? Because we're also getting close to FGO Annie. Like by the month, we're getting very close. Like, let me see, we're in April, May, June, July. We're like 3 months away. But still, it's like August is Annie, if I remember correctly.
소문이 아니오. 요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데 1등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자. 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오.
Oh, this if FGO had controversy with the servant coins? I mean, like, every FGO Annie has controversy with servant coins. It feels like that just happens. Like, at this point, I'm used to the servant coin fucking debacle. Like, it's crazy, man. Every year since, like, servant coins have been introduced, it feels like there's a new drama with them. It's not even that crazy of a mechanic, which is what makes it funny. That they somehow mess it up, and it somehow always gets people mad. But you should read Overdone, Red Ash, and Old Tales more or less the same time you reach chapters they're released with. When FGO doesn't have any drama, it doesn't normally have a lot of drama. It's just for some reason, like, servant coins bring out the fucking devil. Listen gets bullied into reverting the update every time. They do. Every single time. It's so funny. Lazango. Man, I remember when we used to just, you know, blame DW, the Lightworks. Then they changed it to lasagna. Quite the change. Why do you not want to be barefoot, Don Quixote? What's wrong with you?
왜 저한테 물어봐요? 홍보 책자에.
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와
Rosinante is your shoes?
결코 우리 로신한테를
Don't ask. Hello, Tonic. Motherfucker, Rosinante is your shoes? Dude, that's crazy. Imagine making a shoe brand. The brand itself is a horse. Like the top of a horse, like, you know. Not the bottom, but the top. And by the bottom, I mean like the outermost feet. So it's the head and 2 of the fucking hooves. And you make that into the logo. Kind of like a running horse. Kind of like the Rosinante in, you know, how Rosinante looks in Arknights. And you name the brand Rosinante. You're running with your Rosinantes. Damn, that's crazy. Drawing on paper sucks so much ass. Where's my undo button? The shoes or the steed, the horse and Uma? Do you actually play Uma Musume, 𝒂𝒏𝒚? I don't even know if you actually play the game. You still play it? Like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff? That's me!
진짜
I do every now and then. Okay, so you do have a reason to say, like, the umaizing and shit. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance. Release the feet, Dawn. You're gonna have to release the feet, I'm sorry. Never mind, you can keep your feet. You can keep your shoes. The shoes are yours. Man, we're finally getting color back. And the first thing we see is this beautiful view of fucking Faust. This is great. She's bringing color to my life. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rosinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them?
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards 𝒔𝒎𝒃 with his chin. 𝒔𝒎𝒃 would know? Fake fan, you don't have Clanker Faust? I'll get her at some point, probably. It's fine, don't worry about it.
모든 워프 열차 승강장은 그 둥지의 특징과 걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명.
Your words don't faze me, Tonic.
그 자체로도
I know I'll get her at some point.
적지 않지.
Must be good. I mean, the critics in the field praised the warp station as one of the cultural cornerstones of the city. I'm on a watch party with 8 other people watching Uma Musume Grey Cinderella on Discord. So you're watching this stream, watching a watch party with 8 other people on Discord, and drawing Faust. That is crazy. Which one, Multicrack or Ring Faust? Ring Faust? That's the one that's really hot, from what I've seen. Did you see a reverse Atomic Heart collab trailer? I know it's happening, but I didn't see the trailer. ADHD final boss, yeah damn bro. I thought I was bad. But 𝒂𝒏𝒚, he's my sensei. When it comes to this multitasking. I had no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating 𝒔𝒎𝒃 like a walking encyclopedia from time to time.
아니다. 저자의 복장은 가죽 재질과 금속 재방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군.
Western population?
남북을 따지지 않지만 서부에서는 보기 드문 동부의 복식이기에.
조금만 천천히 불러주시오. 그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
Man, Don Quixote, you're really happy for someone whose Canto we're going to. Oblivious. Oh, you're not ready. You're not ready.
그것은 바로 코앞에 있는
At all.
알 수 있다.
3 seconds of a screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. The city is divided in northern, eastern, western, and southern. and center parts. The west and the east are exactly the same.
니도 마찬가지였거든.
The west, the east, the north, the west, and the seath. Then the neath.
열차 처음 타보는 촌놈들처럼 왜 그러고 길을 단체로 막고 있는 거야? 이거도 언제 왔는데?
진 않나? 처음 타.
심지어 워프 열차 왕복권은 내 탑이었다고.
아이 저 조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 활 4개를 붕붕.
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 미쳤냐?
The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. I'm gonna kill this guy probably.
도시는 넓고 특이한 자들은
저 사람도 똑같이 생각했을 걸.
That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
붉은 시선께서는 함께 하시지 않은 것이요?
They're more cultural division. Yeah, it's like real life. Have you like seen real life? Crazy world, man. It has some insane world building. I think it's like Limbus is copying that. Honestly, kind of insane that it would do that. Just copy the concepts of the real life, word for word, concept for concept. Kind of shameful, I feel like, on Project Moon. Yeah, crazy. I hate children with the influenza. Fuck them. What? Okay, yeah, sure. Fuck them. Yeah, those fucking children. Yeah, I hate them too. Yeah, sure. As you say, Fornius.
1등석에 있는 거야?
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
카로는 돌아가고 싶어.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않아.
Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away. I'm sick with influenza right now for fucking children, so fuck them. Like, what happened? Like, did you come in contact to a child, Fornius? What happened? Like, one of your fucking, like, I don't know, nieces or nephews just fucked you up? Your cousin? Damn, your cousin. I hate the miniature version of humans in general. You know, it's better than loving them. Kiyogami, you continue that way. You touched your cousin? You don't, Kiyogami? Fornius went to the island? Does he need an island?
한테, 저희는 이쪽으로.
When he has a cousin? Like what, you guys don't touch your cousins? Big or small? Release the files. Dude, what files? What the fuck do I have? You know who has files? Kiyogami does. He's the only one with any files here. Him and Ignat isn't here. I am fileless. I didn't. My aunt asked for a favor and I did it. That's crazy. No, I'm clean. You have files. I don't know about clean, Kiyogami. Kyo means pure. Motherfucker, you're a furry. What purity? Your ass is a fucking fairy.
와, 색도 좀 돌아오는 걸?
그리고 이게 말로만 듣던 웰컴 푸드 앤 드링크.
The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Have your files hushed now? Shh, fine. I am hushing. But the love can be pure? It can be pure, but from what I've seen out there on the internet, there is a lot of filth in that purity. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Boss, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
What do you mean on exact definition? Let's say I don't give you a definition. Under what definition are they not safe? Under what definition? These things are supposed to be a freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다.
In most cases. I don't think I want to do this. I don't know, man. I mean, I lost an arm, but I'm alive, so safe in a sense. You know, the more I think about it, like, we have a bus, you know.
발생하는 밀도의 증가나 수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은 전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다, 재주.
Okay, this is actually going to be interesting. If I'm taken out and I remember everything that happens, just like how I remembered everything back in, was it K-Corp? I think it was in K-Corp, right? Where like they deleted everyone's memories. That would be very interesting. How hard is it to speedrun Limbus? I downloaded it. Is it like FGO where I can breeze through with frame points? 120 MP Wano or I gotta grind? If you get the right shit, get the right IDs, you'll be fine. Like the first real hard battle, I would say, is probably in Canto 4. It's the flower fight. Once you reach the flower, that's probably the first hard fight. But otherwise, you can mostly just breeze through. What you will struggle with, however, is XP and all that shit. You lost your arm, which one was it? Can you still jork it? It was a form of speak. So can you jork it? Kinda grinding, the later Cantos have bosses that hit hard. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit. You can't just borrow a friend unit. You can do that. But, like, one unit is probably only gonna get you so far. If you get a good unit, and you should be able to, okay until Canto 7, but there are some spikes in difficulty. You will get your ass kicked in Canto 5. Against Hair Coupon, man, you will fucking die. You'll be stuck there for like hours, but otherwise, it should be smooth sailing. Limbus is annoying with Enkef. It is actually, it can be pretty annoying. It can if you know what you're doing. Yeah, it'll get you like... Again, it's not getting you past Hair Coupon. Not getting you past that. This is why Ishmael can solo Ricardo. He's not. Ricardo was easy, just solo. I mean, apparently with some IDs, you can solo him. It's just you gotta be good at the game. And if you're like playing the entire game by just pressing win rate, you're not gonna be good at the game. Think about this realistically. Unbreakable coins sure are funny. You will die quickly if you're under leveled. You literally just need a unit with an evade. A good one. Like for me, for example, I've been able to just carry my game with the Lord, with Hong Lu. You should be able to do something similar with like someone else, probably. Rin Song is the answer. The real op is fighting Canto 7's final boss without a proper team and having to rely on an evade where it is... If it fails once, you just explode. I mean, hey, Canto 7, that's later territory for me still. I remember not even trying against Kernanos, I just re-summoned with 3 quartz. You know, I did the same. I re-summoned with 1 quartz. Like the final health bar fucked me up. And I used the quartz to just get back into the game, but yeah. The good thing is that they added a feature where you can continue the battles. Continue the battles. I beat Cromer and Dongbei while being 5 levels under requirements. I'm always below requirements. And the only time where requirements actually mattered was against Ricardo. Kernos is no longer the hardest in the game, I fear. There's a lot. I mean, it depends on who you are. Like, Kernos wasn't crazy for me, but he was pretty difficult. But there were harder fights though, I just don't remember them. The revive starts in Canto 8. I'm not even Canto 7, bro. You do have many talents, Foss. That is true. That is very true. My friend told me to just borrow a unit of his because I wasn't meant to win anyway against Ricardo. When you low-key gotta fight OC Force final boss where it's basically 2 bosses with like a million HP each, and the second boss just skedables your unit badly with counters. Counters? What the fuck are you fighting? Like fucking Angramainia? Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠.
A friend of my friend thought it was a scripted lose. I mean, it feels like it at first. It does feel like it. I couldn't attack the guy. Every time I attacked, he'd counter and deal 3,000 damage each hit. 3,000 damage, huh? That's crazy. Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북북
Northernmost.
눈을 감았다가 뜨면
I know that guy is a funny fight. Even worse, no 2 times damage of Feniana. A shielder? Or just actually it could just be some kind of fucking passive.
그러고 보니까 돈키호테 그 신발 빨긴.
Where'd that come from, Rhodia? Did you fight him in AMD? I have not. I haven't seen him in AMD. I try to avoid packs that I think are hard. Or would take too long.
아니 생각해보니까 우리 그 고래가 터지면서 온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었어. 그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피 같은 옷
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니다.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고
듣고 보니 좀
자네들 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
You cannot see him for now.
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
그렇다면 이제라도
와, 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지. 유난 떨 필요는 없다.
You've been VIP, Aldous? You have been VIP? Aldous, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
No, there's been one accident at least.
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
그게
곧 출발하는
Well,
피사의 PW612 워프 열차.
the sinners who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car suddenly became a lot busier.
너무 늦기 전에 캡슐.
Oh no, why isn't this? The other sinners made their way into their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
I'm never nervous, Faust. I'm never nervous. I'm never nervous. Never ever. I am the most confident, unshakable man of all time that smiled. She is smiling. I do not shake. I do not tremble. This capsule is fucking on me. That's what's happening. Bro, there's no worse feeling than reading the best arc in the game and suddenly you realize only 2/3 parts are out and you're left hanging on an insane build-up leading to the finale. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I was seeing fiction get owned live just to see to be continued, and I fell into despair. I mean, that's almost what happened with FGO, like, you know, the fucking ordeal call shit. But the thing is, ordeal calls are pretty good, apparently. I still have not started ordeal call 1. But from what I know about them, they're fucking great. I think so.
10분 전.
Ordeal stall.
제가 돕도록 하죠.
Faust expertly guided me to the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed a button inside the capsule and closed the hatch. Ordeal call chapters or something else, yeah.
너무 걱정하지 마세요.
I will not worry. Fucking, is that Dawn that's doing this? This one would be Yisong, I'm guessing. That's Honglu, I think. Maybe that's Ryoshi? It's really hard to tell. What the fuck is this? It looks like she has a cape, so is it Faust? I'm here, what did I miss? Hello, Rajak. We're beginning this story pretty much. We're in the train now. That's basically what's happened. We are in the train.
다시 보게 될 겁니다. 단테.
Missed the average Ruvaslander. Yeah, you did miss the average Ruvaslander. About the anniversary. Like Rajak, you play PGR. How many rolls do you get in anniversary? I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her for anything. Ruva can't stop getting slandered, huh? It just happens, man. It's the way that it is, man. For whatever reason, it cannot do anniversaries. I'll judge for myself when I start in 2030. You're really gonna start in 2030? Brother, you will never catch up. It's not happening. Maybe you'll start in another lifetime. The third is fast. Yeah, but she's putting me in. How am I seeing this? And also how similar to Hyoki is Hyoki to Alpha's moveset. They do them so good in PGR. What happened? Okay, so basically for the VII anniversary, what we're getting is 10 standard pulls, 10 weapon pulls, and 30 limited pulls. That is what we're getting. Alongside probably some like, maybe like 10 things, like 10 rolls worth of primogems, but I don't know about that. I mean, asteroids. Aside from that, 1.x characters, none of them are getting a rerun. Still, it's been a year. Like, this is a 2-year-old game. And it's been a year since we've seen Gion. It's been a year since we've seen 𝒊𝒎𝒏𝒚. It's been a year since we've seen Camellia. And they're not coming back still. We're getting bike skins. And we're getting a return of the cubes. The cubes are coming back. That's gonna be the anniversary. VII and 𝒁𝒐𝒃𝒏 both look so incredibly unappealing for some reason, man. Like, 𝒁𝒐𝒃𝒏 looks appealing to me. It's just I've heard it sucks. Gameplay-wise. And story-wise. So I haven't touched it. 𝒁𝒐𝒃 character designs are trash. Some of them are good. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was fast climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Basically, Zanya, Annie. I mean, like, the thing is, like, with the Zanya Annie, every character got a rerun. Every single one. And what's really sucked at the time was, for one, these reruns, they didn't give you extra, like, you know, rolls or anything like that. No extra currency. It's just that these reruns also existed. And before these reruns was a Shorekeeper banner. And Shorekeeper is probably the best character in the game to just own. So people get the Shorekeeper. It was also a shorter patch for Shorekeeper, so people get her in her rerun banner. And then out of nowhere, it's revealed that Anniversary is rerunning all these characters and no one was ready at all. And the bigger problem is that because they were getting rerun then, no one knew when the next rerun of them happened. So let's say you want Chongli. If you don't get Chongli in first anniversary, you don't know when the next Chongli banner is gonna be. We still don't know because it's been a year and she has not come back. That is the way that it is. But now, instead of, like, you know, changing things around, they completely got rid of that banner. Like those banner events. Completely got rid of them. Also, yeah, no Cyberpunk. I mainly look for story in gacha games. Couldn't care less about gameplay as long as it doesn't pose an issue to progressing the story. Man, last stream with fucking Vervin's Meat was so fun. Like, that's a good game. Like, genuinely a good game. God, it was so fun. I loved that. We're definitely doing more Vervin's Meat streams whenever I feel like them. That was so fun. I pretty much gave up on any open world or semi-open world gacha. They're gonna power Creeper so hard it'll be sad. When? I don't know. You mean Shorekeeper? Oh, buddy. Little did I know back then what she really meant by "we will meet again in buts and moments." I'm not even gonna bother with Fuwa shit anymore. I mean, hey. At least, like, the story is gonna be really long, apparently. The story is... It's gonna be a longer patch for the story. And Hyuki and Denia do seem good. But, you know, Man, I'm in the trenches still playing WoWA. Just in the trenches. Every now and then I find gold, but for the most part I'm just getting blasted by bombs.
단테, 일어나야 합니다. 단테.
There she is! She has all the color. All the color is back. For the best, really. I stopped looking into anything Enfield related. I mean, apparently Curry said that like 1.2 is gonna be good, but I have no idea. I have not been following Enfield news. But one thing I knew for sure was,
상정 외의 상황입니다.
well, that something had seriously gone wrong. It happens, Dante. It happens. You know it happens. Disappearing passengers. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It really all happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Foss was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. By the way, I'm watching this while doing FGO collab. I have not done it. I have 7 hours to finish it. I have not done the collab either. It's like, FGO events suck my soul. They genuinely suck my fucking soul, man. Every time I do one. Because to do them, you have to play the fucking game, and I don't want to play the game. And then it takes so long, there's so much farming, and even if you use fucking FGA, you still gotta like choose different stages while you're farming. It's just so bullshit. God, I hate it. WoWA really is the embodiment of that meme where you barely miss out on hitting a gold after digging. Just barely miss out. The funniest part of the intervalo. But the gold is just what the community says the story will be like. Nowadays, I must agree with you, noob. It's so fucking rough, man. Like, I don't want to play the game. Why can't it just be like Arknights? Where it's like, straightforward. You do this chapter, you get this story. You do this, you get this story. No, you have to farm. You genuinely have to fucking farm, man. I don't want to farm. I'm not a farmer. I'm a gamer. Which I suppose is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. I used to have no problems, but now it's rough. After years of doing it, it becomes very rough.
아니요. 도착하지 않았어.
Huh? But once I finally came and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again. And realized that expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. I noticed this? How long am I staring at her face for? Like, do I just constantly stare at her face? So that, like, I can just understand out of nowhere that microscopically minuscule, to a microscopically minuscule degree, her face has changed? That is crazy, Dante. Bro, I love to farm. We now have 2 reruns back to back, so it's a break. Of course you love to farm, Fornius. Of course. So this train is still running?
그렇습니다.
Then where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를
For me, but not for you.
판단되네요.
Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications that stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that stuck in my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Foss' plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. This one turned to a Love Town situation, right? I'll turn this into a different Love Town. For sure. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me that every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. You didn't read Da Vinci's summer event and Draco event, right? I read parts of Da Vinci events. Parts of it. Not all of it. Parts of it. And it was like one of those events where I just kept doing it and I was having so much fun with the story. But then the fucking gameplay was sucking my soul. Genuinely sucking it out. As for Draco event, no, but that is one of my regrets, not reading that, so I probably have to get off my ass and read that. And actually farm the game, because that is an event I do need to read for sure. That is a very important one. Da Vinci, the one with the dinosaur and Columbus, the dinosaur one, yep. That shit is so old though. Yeah, by now it's really old. But this is all just part of the plan, right, Faust? Faust, I have faith in you. That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You could stream Draco events? Nah, I don't feel like it. Nah. I really like Rizka in that summer event. He's wild. I mean, Rizka's always wild, for the most part. I feel like the funniest that Rizka's ever been was like in Imaginary Scramble, where like there's no Sherlock, Zhang Yu went to sleep, there's no Da Vinci, there's no one smart. So Rizka is forced into becoming the Sherlock of the crew and solving some fucking bullshit. Like that one hint that Zhang Yu does with the checkers, with like with the in-between, that shit was so bullshit, and Rizka figuring it out was even more bullshit. Like, how did this guy know? How do you understand this hint? How does this happen? I know Summer 7 was funny with Domon, everyone else was ass. I mean, Summer 7 we got... That was the Lady Avalon one, right?
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
Half correct and half incorrect. Okay, so what half am I incorrect about? Yes, Scotty Summer. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information. She began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. He's fine being locked up with Mary and Anne in front of Mash and Riz's Kama and Anastasia and Charlotte. It's very funny. It sounds great. That sounds so fucking funny. He's a funny guy.
벌써 도착한 거야? 야, 진짜 눈.
아닙니다. 뭐야? 아닙니다.
Okay, man.
아닙니다.
Alright, sure.
아닙니다.
At least let him talk. Like, yeah, he always spouts bullshit, but let him talk, man. What are you doing there, man? What are you doing in there? I know I said I wanted to be jerked off, but like, were you actually getting jerked off?
아직 아무 말도 안 했네.
There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out in about 10 consecutive occasions. You shall not...
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의 상황을 다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
And that brings us to the present.
지금 이
우리는 어딘지도
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들.
제일 중요한 건 뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
Okay, so what's the plan? That's what's important. What's the plan? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come. He must be a member of that Ice Cube's blog. Do not look it up. I won't. You know, I don't want to know. I don't even want to know.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
그래도 파우, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지? 그렇지?
Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야?
She gave me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something unexpected happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there is a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면
Let's go! Let's go, Dante! That's my manager. If Mash dies, you lose, huh? Oh boy. If Mash dies, I win. I win. I will be so fucking happy. I turned my head for a few minutes and I found a stream live bots trying to send their shit. You know, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with being a Twitch mod, huh? Damn.
그래. 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴 했지.
Good job, mod. Yeah, good job, 𝒂𝒏𝒚. Hey, I did it! I managed to do it! I did the thing! Let's go! I demand a raise. You gotta give me the Faust titties first that you're drawing. Then I'll think about it. The stage recruitment. Yeah, I did it! One hit pat to the mod noob. I will hit bat all the mods. Come here, Rodjack. Come here, 𝒂𝒏𝒚. Both of you have been really good. Now bark for me. Bark for me like the dogs you are. That I know you always were.
감사합니다. 그럼.
After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of the Limbus company. W Corp, having caught the wind of Limbus company's recent distortion, contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious, reputed series of incidents suspected to have been caused by distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. Mod in YouTube also, you're a growing noob. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. I mean, there's nothing to mod on YouTube, that's the thing. Like, what is fucking Rodjack gonna do on YouTube? There's no bots like in Twitch. You just got a fucking blue name now. That's all you have.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와
And it's not like
일치하는
YouTube even lets you, like, you know,
도착하는 대로
say a lot of things.
W4의 차치를 받아
Congrats on the promotion, Rod. Yep. He's gotten promoted. I mean, blue is cool. Yeah, well, I'm yellow. I am gold, aren't I? Let me see. Let me look at myself. Wow, you deleted fucking 𝒂𝒏𝒚's messages on YouTube? Wow. Amazing. Yeah, I'm yellow. I'm the coolest one out here. High rod. Yeah, 𝒂𝒏𝒚 has a lot of substitutes, man. He has a lot of substitutes.
하지만
The real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차
그 부분을 포함하여 저희가
Did 𝑊 share anything to get us started?
그 점이 이번 오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
She explained that 𝑊 refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. I like this account profile pic, so I'll allow it. Wow. That's probably why they sought an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. FAUST produced what appeared to be a keycard with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanation.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토 팰리스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐.
Oh, nice.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이
That's nice. That's fine.
중요한 단서는 전부 감추고 정답을 적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이
파우스트 씨도 마음 고생이 많으셨을 것 같아요.
Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanation, albeit with a sigh.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만
그건
Oh, there is. But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. I mean, I just think FAUST doesn't really know how to interact with people. I think it's that simple. She didn't think to tell us, really. Or think that telling us would be, you know, that we would understand her. Doesn't matter, there's 14 more kiosks to substitute each time I get a timeout, and I will use each one to send one message on each if needed. The power of the 𝒂𝒏𝒚.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
Hey, that's wholesome. You do that, FAUST. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is FAUST we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. I thought there was a limit of alts in YouTube. I mean, theoretically, you could have a lot of alts. Theoretically speaking.
그래서
그래 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생
그 부분은
Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike FAUST. What are we discussing, FAUST?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요.
What's happening? Why are you whispering? Her secretive attitude only exasperated my already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트 아니 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
My connection to FAUST has been severed. Wait a minute. I must first discuss with Dante. I will take your inputs. Gonna key. I did not catch that. I did not catch that at all. I'm sorry, what?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
So that's why you've been a little slow. And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. First person, not third person, is a great detail, yep. I did not catch that. My old technician job required a lot of accounts. The books of passwords is very large. All 12 sinners?
가시죠.
Oh,
𝒂𒏚💄💄
I can have backups. Okay.
언제나 준비.
Sure. Backups. My favorite.
오늘은 시간을 얼마?
그래.
망설임 없이.
Sure, whatever the fuck. It's not gonna matter anyway.
현 시간부로 근무 시.
It is not gonna matter. What do you mean you can't?
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던
Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last
그럴
time?
가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만
Backup, they added that in RR6, RR4.
확실하지 않습니다.
I mean, I'm not gonna be using it because no one's dying, but still. No Need is from Nichijou. I know it, good anime. That's a Nichijou profile pic. Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. Kirigami doesn't even know. Nichijou, he doesn't even know. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. It's not from Nichijou? Damn. Then Faust, right now you're...
지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다. 원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는
Yeah, see, now she's talking a lot. Now she's talking a lot because she doesn't know what the fuck is happening.
상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠. 혹은 상정했다 한들 아직 교차 관측을 하지 못했을지도.
Like, I actually really like the dialogue of Faust always. Where, like, it's very clear what she's thinking. In a lot of times. Like, whenever you see this from Faust, more likely than not, she doesn't know what the fuck is going on. That's the problem. When you see a whole fucking paragraph, she has no idea what's happening. The author had that profile pic, bro. Plant and all. The author? Not anymore, though.
그것도 아니라면 아닙니다. 탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끈 부분적인 당혹감을 느끼고.
Well, alright, I get it for now. I'll be the smart one. You know how Ritsuka is like the genius in Imaginary Scramble? He becomes the Sherlock. I'm gonna be the Faust in this story. I will handle it, Faust. Leave it to me. I don't need any connections. I'll do it myself. My brain is big. I will get to it. Faust is most. That is the beam. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch and the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch opened. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once you're off the train. And a lot of bunny memes, thanks to Mao. And if you ever do run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, and the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll be the smart one this time.
수간 운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구태여 파우스.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차
We'll tell them about this later. If you don't want to tell them now, that's fine. We'll tell them about this later. She always pauses before saying something normally, so just using Discord, huh?
그러니까
Yeah, that might be for the best.
이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지?
큰 틀에서는
Foss cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을
Foss is best girl,
시작한
man. She's just best
열차
girl.
표준 시간을 기준으로
She is
30분이
wife.
지난 상태입니다.
Faust is Faust. Approximately 3 days have passed.
저는
Only 3 days.
컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마
3일.
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면
그 뭐야? 지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고 그러는 걸 말하는 거냐?
아니요, 아니겠죠.
Yeah, it's not gonna get that bad in 3 days. You gotta wait for like a month.
그런 상황
Like, I think it took like, what, 50, 100 days maybe? Before shit got out of whack in Lovetown? I think it was like 50 days.
정확합니다.
Just as Foss was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
들리지 않는 흥난. 아니,
As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. What is it called again? The Faust? The what is called?
아무래도 저기에 무슨
She is the Faust.
파우스트군?
The one and only. After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust. She is Faust. And she's Faust. As in, like, why Faust? And wise. It took 6 months. Was it 6 months before shit got out of whack in Lovetown? Because I remember it took like 50 days before like the two lovers decided to fuse together. Who closed her eyes briefly in thought.
돈키호테.
With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야? 잠깐. 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라 고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
The thing she disconnected from 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚?
틀린 말은 아니지만
I don't think it's gonna be here.
왜 이래?
Yeah, the 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚, it was. The 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚. 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚. I don't really know, I don't speak German. Whatever the fuck.
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
After a brief mechanical beep, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Why? For innocence. Abnormality? This sounds like an abnormality song. Funny thing, 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚 means society. What is that, IRL? Apparently it means society. The Society of Faust. Also, like, most likely, Faust is not her real name. I am, like, 90% sure. She has a different name. And Faust is just, you know, the connection as a whole. Like, who we know as Faust, all of her variants together are called Faust. But she herself has a different name, most likely. That is what I believe. Honestly, just do this. company, society, it has a lot of meanings. She's the Joker? Maybe. Just keep win rating. Like this, easy.
토끼를 보낸다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
유용하군요. 틈을 끊어.
묘여. 넌 풍을 틔울 수.
Let's go, my lord. I missed you, lord. God, I love my lord. Grecian is a high possibility. Grecian was the first love of Faust in the novel. Grecian being her name.
시비수에게 명한다.
이제
Grecian. Or Grecian.
누구 하나 살리게 하라.
틈을 끊어.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. It is possible.
파우스트군, 이들은 승기 제대로 사리분별을 할 수 없는.
마치 그 고래.
Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing her arm to the innocents, or bringing harm. Faust began searching the area, clearly observing various bodies and the general area for information.
오늘따라 주의를 많이.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면
The sinners were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior. You're still on the Heisho gaming? Of course I am. I will always be Heisho. I'm gonna beat fucking Paradiso with a Heisho team. Duh! They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
이들은 죽지 않았습니다. 자세히 보시죠. 파편과 이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는 끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
Me too. Whoever the fuck we fight in Paradiso. I mean, next month they're dropping new Heisho. They are? Is it gonna be Heisho Mirasalt finally? Either Mirasalt or Ishmael. Damn. I mean, if it's Ishmael, I can't use her, but if it's Mirasalt, maybe. Maybe. Heisho Audis? There's a Heisho Audis, isn't there? I thought only Mirasalt didn't have a Heisho. I don't think Mirror got an ID this patch. So it's probably him, right? There is an Audis indeed. After this interlude is the 𝒂𝒏𝒚 that has a free Heisho Audis. 𝒂𝒏𝒚. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, I'm proud of her. She's disconnected from her books. Now she has an exam, and she's doing well. I'm sure you will get a perfect 100. I believe in the fucking Faust. 𝒂𝒏𝒚 is a rerun, we call it that. It is a rerun, dude. Hey, what'd I say? We got this.
뭐라고 했어?
Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all the sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
Yi-san grew pensive. Seeing that, False lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. Wait, so what happens to my powers then? I hope when Valencina Rodian comes out, she will have her evade mechanic. I will solo everything with her. I mean, 𝒂𝒂💏 means rerun. Why 𝒂𝒂💏 though? You wrote 𝒂𝒂💏? 𝒂𝒂💏? My favorite Kage from the hit anime, Boruto.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다.
I mean, that's what I would think. Like, if it's like... Imagine stretching 10 seconds into like a billion years. That's basically what's happening. A Korean word, maybe? Probably. I mean, yes. �𝒂💏. That sounds Korean.
이상 씨의 의견이.
파우스트 씨가
Wow, Yisang sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're breaching the subject? Broaching?
그래도 되겠는가?
What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot, man. Look at his fucking idiot smile. Oh, gladly. Oh, I'm getting recognition for my smartness. Let's go. Fuck you, Boruto doesn't exist. That's a NAS sigh of the government. I'm going back to draw digital. Probably better, Kiyogami. I don't know why you tried to draw on paper. I can't imagine doing that when digital exists. He's so gullible. Yeah, damn, that was crazy, Yusan. Can you explain that further? You're so smart. Oh my god, thank you. Well, I mean, if you say so. Oh, well. Yusan began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. Means reruns, Korean word. Drawing on paper is satisfying, noob. I've drawn on paper, and I get it. But if I wanna draw tits, I'm not drawing it on paper, okay? Like that's what I'm talking about. If I'm drawing tits, I'm doing it on fucking digital. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지 않소.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지
Basically.
활동이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의
Yeah, we know this.
보존되고 한없이 유예되므로 그저 한없이 가늘어져도.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 자연스럽게 W4의 정리 요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유.
I'm trying traditional art and it sucked.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing's happened. From what I learned through the W Corp, identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to original shapes before they boarded the trains. I used to sketch many characters. I remember being proud of drawing Ares from Shogeki no Soma. The first time I drew white-haired woman. That was the short hair, right? The short-haired lady? If I remember correctly. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
Yep, that's the one. I knew it. That was such a fun anime. It was so fun. I loved it. I love Shogeki no Soma. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Yeah, the molecular cooking girl, the main girl's sister. I remember. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. Who she was a while ago would not find it even necessary to do something like that. I mean, she's basically like blind now, without her crutch. Like the Faust we're seeing now, she's disabled pretty much. They're cousins, not sisters. They're treated as sisters. It's like how, you know, Arturo and Federico are cousins, but they are basically also siblings. They're treated that way. I'll start making digital titties right now. Kyogami, I am your follower. I will praise your art. That's my favorite pair of titties. That's what I'll say. Hey, what's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Right. What is happening? Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Abnormalities, that's what it seems to me. Oh yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. But in that case, Federico was adopted into our Arturia family, so they can say, "Stepbro, I am stuck." You know, that can't happen. If Arturia ever really wanted to just screw with fucking Federico, she could pull something like it. Oh, stepbro, I'm stuck. She could do that. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past her. That does sound like something she would do, to be honest. Just to fuck with Federico. Like, that sounds like Arturia. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation, or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of the sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that the sensation is not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortion, or even the Picatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I would say they were closer to distortions. I guess I was wrong then. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. I think Arturia will give you the disgust look at that idea, call it a hunch. What's she gonna do, play her songs for me? Like what? I'm already gooning in public, what is she gonna do? Huh? What is she gonna fucking do? Take half from like the deepest part of me. The deepest part of me is here, bro. And it's not going anywhere. Again, I'm not sure how to explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. See? Faust is something else. Faust is an entirely different entity than her. Whatever her name is. It's not Faust, we just call her Faust. Because we basically talk to the collection for the most part. But when you like take away the collection, the signal from the terminal, you're left with the terminal. You don't have an internet anymore, you just have a terminal. She's like a laptop right now that's not connected to the internet. Whatever she has is whatever she has. I feel like I should apologize for that. Is there a woman in the book Faust? I mean, there is like, what was it again? Phornius did say something. It was Grecian. Yeah, it was Grecian. She's like the girl that, you know, Faust, the protagonist, has a crush on. Or something. Basically the love interest.
그리고 직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어.
There is also Helen of Troy.
예상보다.
Why would she be the Helen of Troy? Why would she be Helen of Troy? That's a different thing entirely. Is that her name? Feels unlikely. I mean, Gesellschaft, Gretchen. Could be anything, we don't really know. Hey, at least she's smiling. However faint it is, she is smiling. She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Imagine it's Beatrice. Could even be Beatrice. Could even be Beatrice.
지금
She likes solving puzzles, I see. You want to make Faust happy? You know what you give her? The morning newspaper.
부럽지 않았습니다.
She will crush the wordles of those newspapers. Helen of Troy appears as what Faust thinks is the ideal of beauty. Oh, there's Helen of Troy in the book Faust, is what you mean. Oh, okay, that recontextualizes everything. So she could be Helen. I thought we were just talking about the Iliad suddenly. Helena Z, most likely. Helena. Could be Helen. Or Helena. The ideal of beauty. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 구해주니.
와, 함부로 들어오지 마.
Hello, buddy. A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path.
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
Are you the one we fought? No, like we saw outside? Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure swinging her arms as she pushed us away. But I don't think because Alice is there, the Odysseus fought in Troy. That's the thing, Alice is there. And it's not like Alice's Canto leads directly to, you know, Faust's. There's a 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚 Canto in between them. So like that does get rid of that. Ideal beauty, perfect ID. Alice, then Faust knew him. Is it? I thought it was 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚 in between them. Then that would actually strengthen the theory, I would say. Like you're dealing with all the Alice shits. 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃, Alice, and Faust. I see. Something tells me Alice Canto is R-core, but that's a hunch. And then like the Helen revelation leads straight into like the Faust Canto, basically. That's what I'm thinking. If something like that did happen.
내 쪽에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
좀 위협적.
위협은 무슨 위협? 저기 저 사람들 지키려고
I
들고
think
있는 건데.
I-Corp for Alice, but I don't know. Who fucking knows, man? Who fucking knows?
뭐야? 요새도 그런 구식 생체형을 달고 다니나? 나 참.
So then the next Canto is actually 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃 then. I thought it was Alice. Also, this is something I noticed not long ago I wanted to discuss. What is it, Rojak?
구식의 때론지.
그대 곡식을 보아하니
에이, 이 와중에 무슨
Why is the
폭탄이야?
bus kind of looks like a train? I mean, it can't be anything really. And trains do seem to be, you know, pretty important to the company. With all the RR shit even. Yes, and we gave the name. The 𝒂𝒏𝒚. The 𝒂𝒏𝒚. For mere salt.
아무튼
And even Dante
이 정도
Choo-Choo's.
같이 그 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데.
She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
너희들 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어? 내가 이
물렸다니.
Bitten.
왜 아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 잠깐, 너희 1등석에서 왔어?
Trains don't exist in any of those stores though. Any other stories? I have no idea.
캡슐에서 방금
I keep thinking about what that could mean. Like the bus being a train. Like looking like a train. But I have no idea what that could possibly entail. If it entails anything.
내 이름은 사샤. 멀티그룹
Hello, Sasha, my best friend. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass.
당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
응? 뭐 우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌.
일체인데도.
아, 먹고 자는 게 취미라. 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
그것보다 그 밖에도
아, 그래. 완전
정신 사납군. 출석.
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리는.
Okay, come on, guys, come on. That's our friend. Let her be like, you know, let her have her fun. She's been bored for like 3 days, fighting zombies or some shit. Let her have her fun, man. I think the train look is a metaphor for change, but I don't know. I mean, right now we're training for Canto 7. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's such an odd thing. I looked it up and didn't find anything.
그건 좀 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고.
I mean, who came up with the design of trains? Hello, gender change potion. It's definitely important though. In English, man. Okay, but what English, man? Let me see. Who the fuck designed trains? Okay, the inventor of trains. Some British bloke, probably. Richard Trevithick. Richard Trevithick. Dick Thick? Holy shit, this is Dick Thick! His name is literally Dick Thick. Trevi Thick. What a man! Holy shit! What a guy! He's awesome! The true GigaChat? That's crazy! The first steam locomotive, demonstrating that heavy loads could be hauled over long distances. However, it was George Stephenson who made the steam trains practical for widespread use 25 years later. Okay, so there is Dick Thick and George Stephenson. Cause of death? Pneumotonia, 100%. Exactly. I always knew the train maker was the man of all time. He's the one running trains on everyone! He is the train runner! Holy shit! Dick thick! Not only is he the founder of trains, the inventor of them, also the founder of running a train, running trains on people. But it was George Stephenson who made it commercial. Is there a hell train or limbo train? There has to be, right? Like, that sounds familiar. But I don't know. Like hell train? A train to hell?
아무튼 뭔 일인지는
Vroom,
모르겠는데
vroom.
갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어.
Dick thick. Sashi, that's me. I am Dick thick. Let's talk.
정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고.
Inferno train sounds familiar. Oh, hey, bots! Is Kirigami still here? Will he use his mod privileges for good? In LARP Corp, the abnormality based in warp trains is the train to Hull. Yeah, I remember getting that on abnormality and never changing it, and I don't know why I never did. It's such an annoying one. It's so fucking annoying. Train to hell. You got it, Fornius. After 3 corrections, you got it. You got it, bud.
다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기.
Oh, hey, good job, Sasha. You're saving the civilians.
빨간색이 3,200 하나.
저 승객들이
그거야 당연한 행동이지.
나는 이미 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어.
Hmm.
지금 이 객실칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 거.
I
내
see.
이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 연유로 이런 서민들이 있는 곳까지 행차야? 여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
Hello, Robo Lover. Hello, Ignat. We were talking about Dick Thick.
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
해결사.
Frost as a Sasha ID? I mean, I can see why. And you left me out of that conversation? I'm sorry. I know how much you love thick dicks. I'm sorry. We'll include you next time, Ignat. When we talk about Dick Thick.
네, 해결사입니다.
Foss nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 아니지 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고
Ignat, the
있었다는
VII
건가?
anniversary is great, no? Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, it's a cool looking ID, surprisingly good despite being charged.
근데 진짜 날개요.
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간에 가장 중요한 건 계약 그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨오피 협회 계열이랑
W사에서 사전에 받은 마스터 카드 키입니다. 어제
Foss produced the master key card from her pocket. I guess there wasn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. I'm not the sort of person who cares for anniversaries except for Arc Nights. I mean, I love it when people complain. Multi-crack Faust. I'm gonna crack her. Me. Multi-crack is good. In charge on MB teams. Well, I'm a Heisho, man, so... You know, I'm never using her. I still don't understand why everything in W Corp slightly related is charged.
카드 키? 이걸로 잠겨
Yeah,
있는
like what else would charge even be?
W사 로고야.
Like what else would they be if not charge?
진짜 의뢰를 받았나 봐.
Multi-cracking fast raw. She's just riding the train, bruh. Riding the train designed by Dick Thick. Library of Runa started that. But with Wuva, they did one thing at the first Annie and everyone complained, and then they do the opposite in the next one and everyone complains again. That's the thing. It's all about the context. It's all about the context. It's not that they did what people wanted. It's like they just, out of spite, did what everyone said they should do in the worst possible way. Also, there's a multi-crack Heathcliff. Would I crack the multi-Heathcliff? He's my brother. I can't do that to him. He's my brother. We came from the same womb. I can't do that to him. Hates ham, pang, pang. Then I gotta kill him. Like, you gotta think about it. Wuva first anniversary, you know, no one was ready for it. For all the rerun banners. And with those reruns, we did not get any extra roles to just, you know, be able to take advantage of them. And not only that, right before it, we had Shorekeeper. Now, in this anniversary, it's been a year since most of the 1.x units have come back. A whole fucking year. They have not had reruns. So here we are, waiting for those fucking dudes to rerun. We expect them to have a rerun in like anniversary because that's what happened last time. It doesn't happen because for some fucking reason they decided to do the opposite in a completely different way, in the worst way possible. And we also don't get that many extra fucking roles anyway, so it is what it is. No, you missed the 𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒃, you can't have him. Damn. Also, I finished the 𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒃 story the other day. The 𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒃. Was it good? He's power creeped as hell. If you pull Heath Banner, you get him. I'll tell you why Wuva does that. Does this? Just give me a second. Sit down, and this will be a long one. Oof. Noob, I think you might have a love-hate relationship with Wuva. Last year, you did not care about Wuva this much. It really is that case. It's a love-hate. I don't know why. I'm in a toxic relationship. And I'm loving it. For some fucking reason. This is how it feels to be abused, I guess. You just kind of get addicted. And the same recycle events again. Multicrack Heathcliff is 2-star, but he does work with a charge team and can make charge teams better. Yeah, but why would I care about charge teams when I have fucking Heishos? When I have my lord! Most of the things clicked by the end, it's awesome, and 𝒊𝒏𝒎𝒃 siblings are cool, while 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒃 has more aura moments. Enya has more interesting conversations about faith. That's great, actually. If most things clicked by the end, that's great. That sounds awesome. I do have to read it for sure. I only enjoy the music event because I like rhythm games. Just do Heisho syncing, bro. I do have the Heisho syncers. So I'll answer this by first talking about ZZZ. First, trust me, it's related. Gender Hohenheim Gregor does what Multicrack Heath does better, and W Corp Heath. I do not give a fuck about charge teams, bro. I will probably never use charge teams in my life. Probably never. Lord Lu, random ass Heisho, Weidon, Kotia, and some other sinking units. I mean, you guys know my team.
그렇죠.
The fixers finally got out of the way, then with one of her free hands pointed towards the opposite door.
경력 고맙네, 해결사 사샤여. 이곳은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을
Gender
무사히
Hohenheim.
지켜내시게.
Curious child. Can I beat your ass? I wanna punch this kid. I don't know why, like the first thing that came into my mind, like I wanna punch this kid. I've got my fist ready. Just as we were about to reach the end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails.
그렇지. 본인은 명망로.
얘 너무 치근덕대면.
아닐세.
당신 같은 자가 열차에 탑승하고 있어서.
무슨 말이야? 다들 당연히 머릿수대로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜?
Oh, by the way, they beat a 4k HP enemy in 3 turns with a Heisho swap plus butterflies. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨 다시 봤어요.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
Like what? What do you mean? Faust is the kindest woman we know, brother. Girl, she is the kindest woman we know. I think noob gas not read what butterfly does. I have not gas. Does it release gas? Is the butterfly the farter or something?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한
Yes.
마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은
Gas?
없었다는 거
Orneus
알면서도
gas?
돈 키호테 씨에게 동조해 준 거예요.
Alright, Rojak is here with his thing. As you know, 2.0 in ZZZ was bad. They basically did what they want, but suddenly around 3.0, they fixed their shit and trying to win people back with good story and events. But this happened when NTE release date got close. Coincidence thing? I mean, yeah, I could see it where like they're trying to be more competitive with NTE and the likes. Nightmare sinking deal gloom damage with enemies with sanity. Hate you, Automod. And Automod hates you, Fornius.
또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요.
Competition forces gachas to get their shit together. However, Vuva has none now. Vuva's only... Like, the problem with Vuva is that his competition is like Genshin. But not really. Because no one's starting Genshin in the year 2026. No one's starting that game. So Vuva is mostly free for the most part. NT looks mid as fuck, low-key. IA hates it. Like, we were talking about it in the last Verbin's Meet stream. IA hates... He was ripping on NTE, man. Fornius, we can't have Cthulhu here. Fornius, get your shit together. What do you think will happen if fucking Cthulhu comes in and kills me, huh? What are you doing? Don't summon him. What the fuck is happening, Fornius? I don't know. Vuva won against Genshin and every other open world gacha that released this past 2 years. Yeah, pretty much. And I don't see many people like, you know, choosing other games over Vuva. That's the thing. Competition is best for consumers. Exactly. Hello, squirrel. Man kissing. You know who I kiss? Myself. I love me. I am great. I hate CZZ, so he doesn't like that style. Destroy the IRS. My life is yours. I've been considering swapping back to Genshin from Vuva. The recent stories were... yeah. I mean, apparently the segue was good. And this upcoming one should be good. It should be great. Hopefully. Also, my little niece and my other close friends play Genshin. So Vuva doesn't need to try, so they do whatever they want now. God, I want them to just mess up badly. So that they get their shit together.
보셨어요? 눈이 얼마나 반짝거리던지.
Faust strode towards Sasha with a question.
하나.
질문 하나당
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 저희 쪽 의료가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고. 제보해드리.
뭐야? 무슨 질문인데?
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물
Red eyes. Red eyes. What's with red eyes? The red gaze? I will rail Foss until she... No, you won't. Foss is mine. You go away, Fornius. She's mine. Sasha paused, her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered.
글쎄, 온통 붉은색. 일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고, 뭐 이런 게 돈 되는 주.
아니요, 별것 아니었습니다.
Foss nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of the painting of hell. She loves it. You can tell she fucking loves this. The reason 𝒁𝒐𝒏 was bad was because of the same thing in 2.0. There was no other gacha like them, so they had no competition. So they did all with their player base. However, NTE is closed now, so they couldn't keep that. I mean, like, the thing is, Enfield should have been a worthy rival to like 𝒂𒏄𝒏 and 𝒁𝒐𝒏, but it just didn't become one for some reason. It was just mostly meh. Enfield. I will rail the black bunny until she distorts. Better meow, better mo now. Better mo noob. The black bunny? Who the fuck is the black bunny? Better now, noob. I don't know who the black bunny is. You can, you know what, Fornius? You can breed that black bunny all you want. Black bunny is yours. Like, make a bunch of kids. I don't know who that is, though. Look at this fucking Heisho greatness, bro. The Heisho gods. Along with the Isan for some reason, but you know. Didn't 𝒁𝒐𝒏 remove the TVs and people liked it? Said they were the best devs that also listen? Yeah, and then out of, like, after a while, people hated that TV mode was removed. People are fickle, man. You can't listen to the people. You cannot listen to the people all the time. I don't think locking in has to do with NTE coming. 𝒁𝒐𝒏's story was ass and everyone complained. And what else would you do with his story? Keep it ass? It doesn't make game development cheaper. I mean, it is really easy to have a good story, I feel like. It's not that hard. It really shouldn't be that hard. It was because of the gacha that this thing is the first thing that comes into any discussion Enfield related. You will meet her in the future. The Black Bunny. 1 year later, the game has gone to shit. Oof. Enfield is just an Arknights fanfic. It feels like a fanfic and everything. It really does. I mean, I was never excited for Enfield, but I'm sad for the people that were. I was just never one of those people. 𝒁𝒐𝒏 is doing... I'm half done. Kyogami. I will wait patiently. Long story short, gachas need competition too to keep them in line, otherwise it causes them to just do whatever they want. I mean, it depends. Like, for example, if you're FGO and you have like Nasu as a writer, you're probably gonna be fine. But the problem is, a lot of these fucking games just don't have a writer on the same level as Nasu. A lot of them just don't have great writers for some reason. 𝒁𝒐𝒏 doing two things very well: character dissing and gameplay. Also, low-key, Enfield's story has been pretty good lately. That applies to anything, really. I mean, every gacha to come out since 20 has been compared to Genshin, yet it didn't improve and still is at the top. Yeah, true. I mean, none of them. The thing is, Genshin came at the perfect time. When people wanted more Zelda Breath of the Wild, and people wanted like a very big open world anime game, and there was no other big gacha game that had, you know, broken out as well. So Genshin just came at the perfect time to get a large player base and a whole lot of money. Mostly from people that wanted to play, like, you know, Zelda Breath of the Wild, but either couldn't or wanted more of it. And I'm putting a bra on them because I don't know how to draw nipples properly. Hey, bras are sexy. Brother, bras are fucking sexy, man. I love bras. Every new Genshin killer failed. Basically an outlier since it got so big. I mean, VII was the only one. Has been the only one to rival Genshin. Closely. I mean, if they don't have competition, we will have the monkey incident accident in every banner. If Shio has no competition, bro, the closest thing was represented 1999, but that game is too depressing. Brother, every game, like, the gameplay is so fucking ass, everything is a competition to it, man. Fucking YouTube is a competition to it. Breathing air is a competition to FGO with how ass the gameplay is. It's just that whether or not it has competition, it has Nasu as a writer, along with his entourage, which are all very talented writers. Every single one of them. The same thing with FGO, too big to fail. VII has gotten to that point. It won't die. It is too big. I see online discourse about Genshin story being ass than VIVI's, except being very cheesy with power of friendship story. I mean, the thing with VIVI's story is that a lot of times there's just nothing to talk about. Like, what are people gonna talk about? Like, nothing, literally nothing happening in 𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒏 story. Like, I read Genshin. No story in Genshin felt as fucking mind-numbing as the 𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒏 story. Who's... Oh my god, my lord! What happened, my lord? What have you done to him? Fuck you, man. Kill my lord. Genshin being free Zelda and not needing his Switch was a big deal at the time. It really was. And people forget that. People forget how big of a deal that was. They also sponsored every big streamer. They did. A lot of sponsorships. They gave up on the gameplay. A lot of them do. Except the Agartha guy. Hey, he's been doing better. He's been doing good. Leave him alone. I think he was Matteo. Leave him alone. Or was Matteo the other guy? Fuck. There were two M's. I forgot which was which. But leave him alone. He also did Lost World 4, which was great. Did, you know, the Kama story. That was great too. And OC1 was also done by him. Anything India is done by him. Pretty much. X having a meltdown because Nasu is not a girl was funny. God, I wasn't on Twitter at the time. You downplay its gameplay too much. People like the animation and that's satisfactory enough for them. Yeah, until you have to play it for like fucking 10 hours for every event. It's rough. Like, yeah, I like looking at the pretty animations every now and then as well. Until I have to look at it like for fucking ever. Like it or not, VIVI is now #1 gacha. So just like Genshin, they won't have to try until they have by a VIVI killer or something. OC1 is ass. A lot of people like OC1. I don't know, I haven't played it yet, but I know a lot of people like OC1. GI was so lucky with her, Genshin Impact was so lucky in release. COVID, yeah, COVID as well. God, I forgot about COVID. Yeah. I forgot about COVID. At least VIVI successfully killed Genshin in a way. It kinda did. People are more likely to try VIVI than they are Genshin. Like the steady supply of players Genshin was getting, it's not getting anymore. Not at all. being free also. Being free as well. Being a free game. That gave it so much market in like third world countries. That's the point. You don't play LOL. You don't play it. LOL. If you're talking about the most successful gacha, Love and Deep Space beats everyone's asses. Now that's a game with no competition. Absolutely none. No competition. Let's be real, Genshin killed itself. If VII didn't exist, Genshin would be doing so much better right now.
좁은 곳에서 전투하는
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서 금방 지치기 마련이니까요.
These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down. Lance is an outlier though. Kind of is.
파우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체
It has a completely different audience from most of these gachas.
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
Lance is the embodiment of what no competition does. Absolutely no competition. It is crazy. Like, its only real competition, I would say, was maybe Infinity Nikki. Maybe. It's like going after the same general audience. But that shit the bed, so, you know, never mind that. Genshin still has more revenue, but we'll have to see how VII will be at its 5th anniversary. Love and Deep Space is just waiting for a more generous version of it to absolutely die. Like, apparently monetization-wise, that game gets away with so much, bro. Infinity Nikki is the same dev, bro. It's the same devs. Never mind. Infinity Nikki killed itself in second week. It did kill itself. It just completely shit the bed. Like, people were talking about it. People fucking loved it. And then it literally killed itself. Just grabbed this shotgun and shot itself in the brain for no fucking reason. Baffling what some of these companies do.
저것들은
You could have put my 10-year-old fucking nephew, no, cousin. I don't think I have any nephews. My 10-year-old cousin in charge of like Infinity Nikki, he would do a better job. It's crazy. I saw some Nikki trailer today. It had great animations. Yeah, but its story shit itself. Hoyoverse is an Otoma gacha Tears of Nemesis, which is more like Ace Attorney clone. Lads will die, I am calling it. A more generous version with devs that listen will appear and it will die in a year. I don't know, man. Those ladies, they love Silas. Those ladies love Silas. They love Caleb. I don't know, man. It was so funny. All the people were like talking about it, then silence. Just complete silence.
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
What do you think those entities are? Hey, I know, but you know, you guys. I want to know if you guys know. Okay, it's okay, Foss, sure. Devs listening doesn't mean shit. Yeah, devs listen until they don't have to. Period tracker is crazy, bro. Yeah, what other gacha game is gonna like go that far for the period tracker? Because like a lad's killer would have to go that far at least. At least a period tracker. And everyone loved Raiden Shogun, but now they love Carthea. So rest my case. I don't think Carthea will ever get as big as Raiden did. Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun was fucking huge for some reason. I was never a fan of her, but she was huge. She still is. But like, yeah. The best mechanic of lads.
네? 그걸 아니면 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
Of course, Foss did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence. God, these people are fucking dumb. Oh my god. I'm in charge of a bunch of fucking idiots, man. She's playing them like a fiddle. Raiden had more aura. Carthea, while having better animations, was kind of chopped as a character. Carthea, while having better animations, she was very chopped as a character. I never cared about her. For not a single moment did I care about Carthea. Not a single moment. She was a character a lot of current gacha fans first saw. People loved Raiden Shogun. Everywhere you went, there was Raiden Shogun.
이 괴물들은 저희에게
Limbus Company has 3 neurons and 2 are dead right now.
느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
You fucking idiots, bro.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 몸...
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격.
그리고 또
I'm more of a fan of that Genshin character that I can't spell. Arlecchino. With Raiden, while her character had problems by the end, with her writing, her direction was well executed. The only medium that matters, the human soul! God, I love fucking Arlecchino from 𝒂𝒏𝒚 of P. Every time I think of Arlecchino, I'm just remembering that fucking fight. Oh my god, I love him so much. Such a good character. Fiorina, best girl. I didn't experience fucking, you know, Fontaine. But I did experience the Arlecchino. The cooler Arlecchino.
그리고 또
Oh, they had red eyes, huh?
신체 대부분에
냄새는 피 냄새다.
그러하다면 피가 굳은
Crystallized blood.
결정화된 느낌이라고
She's a
해야
dad, though.
되지.
You mean Arlecchino? I have no idea of her story, by the way. Not really. I don't have a lot of context. But Lies of P. Arlecchino? Oof. Now, that's someone that should not be a dad. Fiorina is the only case that I know of a relationship breaking for a gacha. She's not a dad, she's a father. Damn. That's crazy.
네, 감사합니다.
It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that?
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테.
Very lucky? What's going on?
열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만 단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
Yeah, I told you we would be fine. I told you. It's all gonna be A-okay, Faust. Father is more of a title, maybe? You know very well the difference. How many letters in the word? You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? I mean, the only, like, if we're being real here, the only real difference between father and dad is that father can also be a religious thing. You're like a religious father. Well, you can't be a religious dad. That's fucking stupid. No one says, oh, dad Kotomine. No, everyone says father Kotomine. Red eyes in the city only mean one thing. Mafia?
그렇게 장담할 수는
I
없습니다.
forgot, what was red eyes again?
적어도 시작점으로서는 기능을
It is respecting, in my opinion. Got it. I mean, she's different. She's different. You know she's different. Like, yeah, she can call him Dad Kotomine. But everyone else is calling him Father Kotomine. Also, back to Limbus, I have a question about Faust. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터
그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇이 이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차 매우 높은 확률로
The Blood Fiend.
혈귀입니다.
I see. A Blood Fiend. Right. Exactly. In Hollow Ataraxia, she calls us daddy. That's an entirely different context as well, man. Like, even in that context, no one is like in bed calling an older man, "Oh, father." No, they're going, "Oh, daddy." No one's doing that. There's a difference between dad and father. That's the point. If she's being kinder now, why she wasn't sad when she's connected? Because she has basically, like, the way I see it, the reason why she's like, you know, more normal now, more honest, more just, you know, everything like that, is because normally she is acting as Faust. And let's say that, okay, you know what? We're gonna do it like this. Get this. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so normally, let's say Faust. Who is Faust? Lady with white hair? Imagine like this is... Imagine this is Faust, okay? This... Faust. Nope, she's not Faust. Faust is... collection of Fausts. Collections of her, this girl, are called a Faust. So basically, you know how a collection of crows are called like a murder of crows? Her collection is a Faust. Now, normally, because this collection is more competent than her, she does as they say. She is completely logical. She is completely following whatever they say. Or that she's maybe like, maybe not following what they say, but she's like consumed by them. She is all of them. She is Faust, that collection. She is that collection. But once she's cut away from the internet, she isn't connected to that collection. She's just herself. More normal, more human, more just prone to mistakes and shit. Beautiful handwriting. Did the Discord just keep telling her it's unnecessary to act whenever she wanted to be kind? No, I think she just is the Discord in those times. I think she just becomes it for the most part, just embodies it. Our Faust is the dumb and stupid Faust. MS Paint's time again. It's been so long since the hallway story. It's been a while. It's been a while. Did you read Mao Faust Optai story? It may help. I have not read Mao Faust Optai story. I have not been reading Optai story at all. It would be kind of like, you know, like let's say, let's go back to the Tree of Life analogy and the perfect ID, you know? Let's go back to this analogy. It would be, like the story would be, that her being Faust is not actually perfect. You know? This is the Tree of Life. Not actually perfect. And she is much better when she's prone to mistakes. Like what I go over in my Arturia Federico video. That's Federico. That's Arturia. Imagine that's Arturia. It's like that video. Mostly the Federico portion, where it's like, once you become perfect enough, what is the reason for existence? Once you become so completely objective, what is the reason that something so objective has to exist? Like the law, which is just a bunch of cubes. Yeah. Law. What point? Huh? What point? That could be the story of Faust. Where it's leading to. I will spoil if I say anything. My only advice, Malphas subtitle story. But that is all. Isn't Malphas subtitle story spoilers to Canto 8? Prototype perfect ID. It is, but Malphas was released when second part of Canto 8 was released, so there's not a lot of spoilers. I have no idea. But that is like where this story could go with Faust. The general story. I'm guessing. I mean, we could look at the update story. Like, very quick. Not a lot of spoilers. Understand your points. Is the management Faust insinuation maybe understand stubbornness due to the fact that I am simple-minded, uneducated swordsman? Is that what you're implying? She's the biggest clue that our perfect ID theory is correct. Is it not? The intent behind that expression is, I observe, still exists though embellished by a flowery language. It has been. Whichever is the case, the 𝒊𝒎💏 justification for that request, that I must reconsider my decision after further observation of its intelligence, is understood. The 𝒊𝒎💏's justification for that request. The 𝒊𝒎💏 itself has a request, so maybe it doesn't embody her? By flowery language it has been. But a few nonetheless. I have two justifications for this reason. Provides a distractedly overabundant amount of information. Most of them are unnecessary as well, as learning my Lord's teaching takes up a great majority of my days. What are we reading? We're trying to understand Faust right now. Like, we're reading the Warp Train story arc, but in the middle of it, we're also trying to understand Faust. Management Faust also. Yeah, Management Faust. The Management Faust. Insinuation. Hello, Artie. Most of them are unnecessary, so she can choose to not connect to the 𝒊𝒎💏. Not righteousness and intelligence provided by Faust, and the overwhelming majority of them are too utilitarian. Over-reliance, that's what I said! That's what I said! As such, should not be allowed to pass. Set me on the wrong path. Faust the mouse. It does not matter what information you share with me, the judgment will not change. Faust knows all, isn't that correct? He must know the reason behind my behavior is. Is that not exactly true? Maybe it depends on the ID, how this Faust works. All IDs are meant to help the main one in Inferno by exploring other possibilities? Maybe? Faust only knows everything that Faust knows, but does not know what Faust does not know. The same could not be said of any random passerby in the streets of Hunglorn. It seems that the responsibility all falls to me. A student of an excellent teacher. It happened one night in a brilliant moonlight. Back then I was going to my blade, the trusting conscience. Why did not feel the need to access the 𝒊𝒎💏, nor for learning. Encounter the Lord. Sing your sword so violently like that. That's my Lord! I want to ask you that one too. What do you like, Miss Faust? I've taken your Lord's life. I guess not then. Canto, you're still living as a beast. Pinky caucus. Pinky, huh? John, you star. I have no idea what that means, by the way. I have no fucking idea what that means. Personal frustration, you know. It's not full, maybe that much value. Crochets, can't wait thing. Yeah, probably. I'm not gonna understand most of this. What matters is just the Faust parts. I mean, if Faust knows everything, then why she has different IDs, unless that Faust system forces them to explore different possibilities? Am I making sense? I mean, she doesn't know everything, though. That's the thing, because she doesn't have access to IDs across the world, the complete access. Like, for example, she doesn't have any Ruina, any library IDs, so she can't know much about the library as a result. If she has an identity about like some place, she's gonna know more about it. But for example, A Corp, no identity, so she's not really gonna know about A Corp. Star reference in water margin. I mean, it makes sense. To follow my lord upon hearing his plight. No, stop your inquiries. How many times must I explain that I'm already aware of that? I'm already aware of my lord's questionable behavior. I'm also aware of the fact that my lord has brought an ambitious plan. Let's finish the donkey one. He has seduced the daughter of the Zhu family. Not for me, but a tool like your master. Knowledge of the Gesellschaft. Why she has no library IDs though, that's very weird. No one has library IDs. None of them do. They have L Corp, but no library. Which just the only thing that leads me to believe in is that under no circumstances do they get into the library. None of the sinners. In no world are they part of the library. Doesn't Philip Sinclair count? Philip Sinclair? Not really. I don't think so. Unless she exists because of the library incident, so it cannot happen. Maybe? Night Owls and Hanafuda. I haven't played Runa, so I don't know. Alan Gregor and Hanafuda-ish. I do not need to hear this from Faust. Yeah, but like, I'm talking about someone working in the library. She's talking first person now, noob? Yeah, I have noticed. Or do we mean IDs that are like staff, library staff? I mean like library staff, like people who would know what's happening in the library. Not people who go there to get fucked in the ass. I'm talking about the bookkeepers, not the books themselves. Apparently I should only play Library of Runa and Labaran because I hate my life. And I don't hate it enough yet. Pretty much. You'll have fun, but you'll also be miserable. He commits ruthless violence under great cause of unification names. Even still, I cannot abandon my lord. A false virtue it may have been has changed me my will in this city very false. So this guy told me there's an unrighteous person. Do we have conquest away still? The measure of righteousness from righteousness still. No HOD ID, for example. Yeah, no HOD ID, no. Even librarian ID. If library collapse causes them to happen, then them having IDs of it is a paradox, and if it's the multiverse. Bro, the RNG is terrible. Don't forget to say hello to the other Faust for me. Bikini outfit ID when? When truly intentionless and needless. I've not relayed his greeting to the other Faust. That must be what the Faust wants as well. Ending report. So the main Faust, like the one in charge, can choose to not listen to the other Faust, I'm guessing. But our Faust can choose to embody them and listen to them completely. Please not a beach ID again. Go full Gooner. Like this time, just leave it all behind, go full Gooner. Just full goons. What's the worst that could happen, huh? Genuinely, what's the worst that could happen?
필두, 출진.
Index ID also has some info, but you don't have it. I do not have index ID. I do not have it. We need the discourse. Yeah, we need the discourse, Vornius. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
응? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데. 이런 신기한 거 관련.
Is it hinted that did Angela have a spare body or something or similar in Library of Runa? I mean, Angela is just like, you know, meant to replicate Carmen. Basically. She is meant to be an artificial Carmen that Ian never accepts. So I doubt it. I doubt they have, like, if Angela and, you know, Faust have some kind of a, you know, connection, I doubt it's like that. Angela, is she Roland's wife? Or was it the other girl? It's the cyan-haired girl. The one that's really hot. That one's Angela. Like the main girl of both 𝒂💏💃 and Ruina. The main girl you see. Yeah, I know, I'm in a spare empty body. Something like that. Angelica is Roland's wife. Yeah, that one's Angelica. Angelica is different. Fausto, maybe she has some connection to Angela in some way. I don't know. I don't think so. But if that connection does exist, I doubt it's connected to, you know, being some kind of replica of Carmen. I highly doubt it. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very words sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요. 그저 무서운
Vampires.
제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는
혈기에 대한 보고는 나도 그들이 부린다는 부산물 기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만.
Where on earth is Carmen Sandiego? Probably somewhere in the US. I'm trying to see what would cause the library collapse to be the cause for Faust's existence. The only problem is I don't think like the library collapse was that long ago. Bro holds all the power now. The thing is, Angela was an AI, and Ian hated her for that, but that is expected from this person of the city. I mean, hated her for that, and because she looked like Carmen, but wasn't Carmen. Basically, just this fucking robot that always reminded him of his love, but wasn't actually his love, and always reminded him that his love died. Because I believe that's the right track. It was 20 years ago. 20 years ago. The super autism guy. I want to see that blood fiend a lot. Ian hates ChatGPT.
하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다.
How old is Faust, do we know? Probably older? I doubt she's below 20 or 20 or below.
내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
네, 수감자 내에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다. 말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈기 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다. 혈기의 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재. 관계자
Bloodbags.
사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가
Faust
있었습니다.
the baby? Am I a baby? Some theories say she's like 5 or younger. Her birthday is 2nd February with a censored year. 2nd of February. It's Groundhog Day. 8th king of which promulgates that. King Louis. We have February the 2nd here. If he's not completely human, then it adds up. Probably not human, but we don't know for sure. King of Burgundy. Stephen King. Lots of kings. Probably not anything to do with any of these kings. These European kings. Transylvania Revolt. Execute Torda. All the sinners' birthday are 112233 except Gregor. That is 29-2. Then that probably isn't going to tell me anything. So it's possible she was born around the library collapse. Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag?
이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때 한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
Not gonna lie, all the sinners feel like they're super powerful or have some kind of background that could potentially make them powerful. And here is Rodion, who's just a woman. Just a gambler. Just some girl. When was the library exiled? I feel like not that long ago. But I don't know exactly.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 것은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
Exact dates. I have no idea.
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
휘발.
워프 열차는 승객들끼리 온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다. 폭력이라는 것에는 여러 가지가 있겠지만 하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은 소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니 결국 복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
We know it's 20 years ago, just not the dates. 𝒊𝒏𝒚 is a deckhand too, and with Heathcliff only his evil ID had the horse and the undead army.
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라내 그 핏줄 같은 것으로 연결된 조각들을 맞춰볼 수 있었겠지.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의
Maybe Leviathan said the dates, but I don't remember Leviathan saying it. I have no idea.
유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한.
방금은
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취, 돈, 존재의 자신들을 유지하기 위한 많은 것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에 마음 먹는다면 혈액을
무슨 소리인지
An interview got spread around not too long ago where it's mentioned that Wild Hunt Heath's dimension hopping and Wild Hunt abilities are innate to Heathcliff. Innate to Heathcliff? So someone else wouldn't be able to do it. Why would he have such powers? We also know that 𝒊𝒏𝒚's main purpose is to produce a library ID from the looks of it. A library ID. Which we don't have. The Wild Hunt thing was an error of translation, if I remember right. I have no idea.
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리 부부는 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나
I guess
그것이
so.
변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나 지나간 감정은 사라졌다고도 볼 수. 승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고.
That's the reason, like, because one thing I was thinking of is, like, if time is basically stretched to that long, why would people get bored in 10 seconds? So emotions are exempt from this rule. What's in the library have that would allow Limbus Company to make the perfect IDs? Is there a book about something that helps? I mean, the library just has a lot of fucking knowledge. Like, why would you not want that? And also, LARPcorp was also doing some kind of tree of life experiments as well, with the whole layout of it. And the closest thing to that, nowadays, is the library. So there are many reasons why Limbus Company would want to just have some kind of connection to the library.
그런가?
승객의 구성 요소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점.
논지에 어긋남은 없고.
Everyone felt silent for a moment. So the people who die here won't get their blood back because what I'm understanding here is that these blood fiends, everything they do, they use blood as fuel. Even like processing emotions and the like. Even these dregs do the same. So, even though they shouldn't be able to, they can just consume blood. And once the train lands, that blood doesn't come back. Emotions is very important for some people. Emotions are what makes humans humans. Yeah, but why would that be exempt from time itself? From the motions of time? That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
Yi-sung was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이요? 만약 그렇다면 어떠한 방식으로?
Because will beats time and space.
제한되었군요.
Faust replies, avoiding Yi-sung's gaze. I mean, true, that information do be inaccessible. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust, and that's something we both want to avoid. When a person has Alzheimer's, they forget, but they always remember the emotion. You underestimate how powerful will is? Apparently I do.
제한. 그렇군. 과거 그대.
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성가신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 즉 나아가다 보면
좋네.
It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. In both Limbus and FGO, will feels like the ultimate end and a beginning in a way. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now. I believe in you, Faust. Why can't I praise her? We're doing so well.
기꺼이
시비수에게 명한
The limbic system is very intrinsic part of the brain.
누구 하나 승리를 보내지
The limbic system? Limbic. A group of interconnected brain structures that helps regulate your emotions and behavior. What? That's a thing? That's the whole thing! Limbic system? Structure, function. Comes from the Latin limbus. Border or edge. A broader analytical component. Paul Broca coined the term based on its physical location on the brain. Let me see. Come here, win rates. Come back here. Fuck me. Yeah, shit. Okay, so emotions might just be very fucking important then. Particularly in medical mythology. The limbic system, something something, the head draws the line on the resurrection, specifically when a brain is destroyed.
토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Well, the American Paul D. MacLean, the French physician, first called this brain, Le Grand Lobe Liminique.
묘야, 넌 풀을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Limbic system. I could not even have even thought of this. The paleomammalian cortex, paleomammalian, involved in emotional processing and motivation in humans and many other animals. Support a variety of functions, including emotion, behavior, long-term memory, and olfaction. Sense of smell. Save that wiki page. I'm not gonna forget this, bro. I'm not gonna forget the limbic system. But that is very interesting. The limbic. I thought limbus stood for limbusi. It stands for that too, but it also stands for in between. In this scenario, it would specifically stand for in between hell and, you know, the real world. And apparently it's also limbic system for like the part of your brain that processes emotion. You remember smell for the emotion they make us feel. Try asking what the limbic system relates to the limbic zone in the ChatGPT. We gotta go back to that ChatGPT, bro. That conversation. We can identify 3 smells. I always knew about the limbic system. How did I not connect it to limbus earlier? Yeah, I don't know how it... like, I mean, I didn't know about the limbic system. I'm not a psychologist like Fornius. Dante's notes is probably after this too. Yep, it is after this. God, after this we're also getting Dante's notes. You're right. Jesus. This is probably the best intervalo so far though, for sure. Like, I love Faust, and getting a lot of just Faust characterization is great. Especially with how it connects to everything. Like, this is a great intervalo.
내 명을 들은
Better than chicken? Better. Yeah, for... Brother, what the fuck happened in chicken, bro? What the fuck happened in chicken, man? Chicken wasn't all that. Neurophysiology is not my thing, though. I mean, you still would know more than me, for example. Like, the limbic system seems to be, like, pretty well known. For most, like, you know, smart people, not me. I love the two for the same reason.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을까?
I'm gonna explode when her Canto happens. I really want to be caught up by that time. I really want to be caught up. I probably will be. I'm probably gonna catch up around when the Outis Canto starts. That's probably when I'm gonna catch up. Like once the 𝒔𝒎𝒏𝒚 Canto is over, around when the Outis Canto has started, that I'll probably catch up then to the story with how these streams are going. Back to my question last stream, what do you think boss bad ID is with our current knowledge and theory? The law, I would say. Like, imagine the law from Arknights, that's probably her bad ID. Mirror Canto is in August, if all goes well. That's a few months away. I'll probably be in Canto 8 by then. That would be sick. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if she had to have a bad end ID, I would say for sure the law from Arknights. Something like that. Malfunction repository of knowledge with no understanding of the people around them. Yep, just complete logic with no real, you know, active emotion. No limbic system. Knowledge with no direction. Yeah, but don't think with me she would have knowledge of her bad ID, wouldn't she? So how does it work? I mean, does she know it's the bad ID? Does she know it? Like, we know in a meta sense why these IDs are the bad IDs, but like, would they even think about like the meta level concept of bad ID? Bad and false is just Federico. It's just Federico. I mean, bad and Federico is just the law. I don't like a lot of bad end IDs, and you will understand why when you find the character Lord Zhang Honglu is based on. Removing the Limbus from the company. Think about it, they even have the same hair. Fast. But we have failed to face the sin and save her ego. Indeed, you failed to face the sin and save her ego. Now she's just a system that just kind of does things. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. I don't like the term bad end ID is what I mean. Bad end Dawn is my favorite.
뭐야? 들어오지 마 이놈들이. 이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야.
Yeah, you alright, buddy? Cleanup agent? Why is there a cleanup agent here?
그럼 벌레팔 같은 걸로도
Bad NID is just a coin by the community, no? Not a real label. It's not. I don't think so. It's just what the community calls it. Maybe like a mirror ID would be better. Would fit more. Because from what I've seen, like, all these bad NIDs just seem to be mirrored on what, like, the actual sinners are like. Their mirror. Maybe mirror ID would be better. The real name for them was Capstone or something on the roadmap. Maybe that ID is silent. currently because it know if Faust sees her, she might stop being the way she currently is in a logical sense. Maybe? Capstone ID is what KJH calls them. Capstone. Yeah, no, Gregor is just like that, buddy. He's just like this. Like, dude's trying to be racist, but this is just how Gregor is, man. He's not mutating, that's just him. That's just our buddy. That's our buddy boy. Gregor stumbled for words, scoffed, and cast his gaze towards the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지.
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은
다행이네요. 전 또 그 미친 놈들이 쳐들어올까봐.
그런데 W사 직원들이
Yeah, what are you doing here? You're right. From what we found out about warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would even willingly board this train.
외부 의뢰로 온다던 해결사 저희라고 하기엔. 저밖.
그럴 수가. 파우스트군, 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는.
I mean, I doubt Faust would be so loyal to Faust if she sees she would become a law-like being, especially after seeing her real kind self. We don't know. That's the thing. We gotta help her realize. We, as in Dante. Blood Fiend's eyes are red, but they have another detail. You know that detail, noob? Another detail about Blood Fiends. They have pale skin. Probably. They have fangs. So I think she's being blocked from that information. Could be.
죄송합니다. 그 정보도
They're fucking hot, probably.
아직
Blood
열어낼
Fiends.
수가 없군요.
That's kind of like the vampire thing, being hot. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게
Fang is controllable, so
너무
they can
많은
hide it.
부분을 의지하고 있었을지도 모르겠군요.
May have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. It's fine, Faust. It's fine. You're best girl anyway. You're still best girl. You will always be best girl. The eyes of Blood Fiend are red and... I don't know. So is their nipples? Their nipples are red? I don't fucking know. Claws is the same. Claws the same. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust in it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt colored with fear begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever.
이런 공간에 잘도 저런 걸 숨겼고.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be folding chairs for employees spun open.
무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데.
The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall.
이런 상황을 위해 또
그랬구나.
그럼
Alright, sure. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and the wall covered with viscera remained. Wait a minute, I just realized maybe we're thinking about Limbus and Library in the wrong direction. He's gone.
가버리셨군요.
We blankly stared at the wall that the agent disappeared to. I mean, what the fuck was he gonna do for us? Be real. His leg was fucked. He was fucked himself. What the fuck was he gonna do for us? With that, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Cheerlead? How the fuck was he gonna cheerlead with his broken legs, bro? We're gonna put him in the wheelchair, just gotta move around his fucking arms, wave him around like an idiot. What the fuck is he gonna do? Hello, I am 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒏𝒚. Hello, 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒏💚. Next car. How many are there? Let me see. Theater, these hotels. Warp Express. Oh, not much left. Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 𝒊𝒐𝒏𝒚 is based on that guy. This is a joke like 𝒊𝒐𝒏𝒚 is. Damn. Come on, man. Why would the library try to stop Limbus from getting that information? There's no way why they don't know about the Limbus company and them trying to get info about them. You are on the warp train? We are indeed. I mean, would Limbus company know about... No, I mean, would the library know about Limbus company? And are they even 100%? Are they genuinely trying to stop the Limbus from, you know, doing things? Whatever it is we do at, you know, Waluigi nights. I don't know, I don't question the corp, I just work, nothing much, nothing less. You know, 𝒊𝒎𝒃? That's why you're our guide. Because you do nothing. That's why. All you do is Ow! My lord! I'm done. Hugami, you done with the tits? Let's go! I'm 100% certain they know and are trying to stop it. Contracts. Yeah, well, fuck your contracts. Where is 𝒊𝒎𝒃 now that I think about it? Where is he? Is he still in his capsule? Probably, I'm guessing. Foss just didn't bother to wake him up. I mean, it'd be kind of funny if we did, though. Just woke him up. So he has to deal with this with us. Dear God, bro. If they're actively stopping Limbus company from getting info on them, then the ID block makes sense. How would they stop that, though? I don't know if I should upload it on X. Why not? Do it. It'll probably be fine. The color ranked fixers has a special warp train for them. I only broke it once and they will have my head for it. I mean, will they? You're D-Red Gaze. Can they really touch even D-Red Gaze himself? The one and only? Has a special. If you use a golden bow, it's possible. Do they have a golden bow, though? Like, I can't imagine it being possible with a golden bow. But would the library have any of these golden bows? Because they didn't pick up any. And they are out of the city now. Think of what a color fixer would do on a normal warp train. Oh, right, you're right, probably. You're right. A special train for the color fixers. You're right. That would make sense. I mean, Iori, the purple one. I forget what her title was. But she trained people like a monk. So that was cool of her. The library is from L Corp and all golden bows are in L Corp. Purple tier, yeah, purple tier. I would be surprised if the library didn't have one honestly. Didn't have one.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길을.
I mean, does Dante sense a golden bow in the Waluigi Knights?
홍우는 그제야 알게 되겠다.
Because I feel like he would sense it.
이 홍로가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
Use my box. Next card 2. Oh my god, it's just some fucking filler fights. Are you kidding me, bro? They released all the lights. It would be a surprise if they had one. I mean, all the golden bows just appear in fucking Lobotomy Corp offices and branches. So it is possible that one would appear in the library as well. You can see the emblem of purple tier in Dawn Jacket. Emblem of purple tier. Emblem.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
My lord! All the lights is released has nothing to do with them not having one. Prosthetic fixer. Sigil, emblem, blazon, whatever it's called. An emblem. Is it fire? Man, I'm kind of getting my ass kicked. Just kind of getting my ass kicked, bro. Hey, you heal me up.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
Also, I think Vault Knights are incomplete recreation of the library, so Dante not sensing one makes sense. It could be it. But I feel like we do have to make a lot of assumptions to say all of that. Who knows? We might not have enough information on hand to delve deeper into it. It is like a serpent eating itself with a tear in the center, and it's all blue. And Ouroboros? Like only creating the books, not location. Ouroboros. Man, just filler fights for no reason. For no reason at all. Complete filler fights. Also, the books are like a pocket dimension too, so you have to think that way.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 네.
Can Dante sense a bow outside pocket dimension? Unlikely. I guess, maybe? You could look at it that way? Either way, thanks, Lord, for just finishing the job.
또 한 줄 키를 남겼군.
Bruh, more bullshit? Oh, come on.
세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
필두.
More fucking bullshit. Fornius is asking if you, Rod, struggled with any of the Canto 7 bosses. And if you did, not to say their name.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 진 목을 떨궈주마.
Only the triple boss? The fucking triple boss? What the fuck is the triple boss? What the fuck is the triple boss? Oh man. Jeez! These guys are such high rollers for no reason, man.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 기껏 돕기를 보낸다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘야. 길을 열어. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도.
Thank you for dying.
이제 깨우치시게.
Will you do RR after Canto 7 noob? I mean, I gotta try it, I guess. I can't not try it. But that's gonna be like 2 streams down the line, probably. He doesn't have 2 teams. I do not. True. He has to wait for RR1 after Canto 8.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
You just need 10 build units and borrow 2 supports for each rail. That's 2 for... That's 2 teams of 6. 2 teams 6 of 6. So 10 units total I need to build, and I have, what, like 7 builds right now? 8, I guess? You could say stretch it to 8. I need 2 more. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combats.
이건 또 뭐야?
Oh, it's the T-Corp thingy that, you know, does the time dilation thing. We were on the final car adjacent to the fright car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아. 역시 W4하고도.
T사뿐이 아니라 날개들은 이리저리
Is Hanafuda built, by the way?
경우가 많소.
I'm considering her builds. Like, the ones I'm considering outside of the team I'm using right now are her and Chinkautis. I did the first part with Index Dawn and Yisong and used my remaining units for the second. I mean, I could probably also just solo one of them with just, you know, the Lord and Faust, but maybe, I don't know.
오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게
Holy
우리
shit.
집단의 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보만.
Holy fuck, he did it! I hate that the only good Sinclair I used was Mariachi. The motherfucker did it! There's the tits! He drew it! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go, bro! He did it! D tits. Honestly, good job. Like, it looks smooth. Like, it looks smooth, more so than I expected. I am semi-proud of you, Keel. I am very proud of you. I don't know how to feel about this, but I have some relatives on X. Just say you got hacked or something. Like, I didn't. No, that wasn't me. That's, you know, my email got hacked, and then so did my Twitter, and then, you know.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거게. 부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한. 아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각나.
It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different direction, different subject, as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted, like she was catching herself. The next family meeting in Kyo House will be fun. So hey, Kiyogami, Kyo, you know, well, this drawing, you got, you know, on Twitter. I saw it on Twitter. Was this you? Was this you, Kiyogami? This is like Kiyogami's dad speaking, or his uncle. It was really good. I gooned to it like twice. Was it you, buddy? Was that you? Remember me for centuries. Just one mistake is all it will take. Will go down in history. Remember me for centuries. Dude, you see the badge of Pragmata, noob? Did you see the badge of Pragmata? I mean, people have been talking about it.
피덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아.
If you're talking about the crying emoji, I did see it. It was very funny. It's the meme. Yeah, I saw it. It was funny as hell. I will remember your embarrassing way of going, that's for sure. I can alter it a little and make them bigger. So, you know, I was mid-goon looking at this picture, and then I saw your account It made him bigger. And then I busted right away. Was that you, Kiyogami? Kiyogami's uncle saying this. Was that you? Yes, it was me. I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을
At
맡은
hand?
해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요.
Sasha, you mean? He, the guy? Wait, that was a dude? Wait, what do you mean that was a dude? Or the platform? Well, you're talking about the different guy. Now the ass, and after that the thighs. I promised titties and I delivered. You did deliver. Did you draw your girlfriend, Kyo? Don't tell me it's some girl on the street, Kyo. This on-stalking. Did you draw your girlfriend, Kyo? Don't tell me it's some girl on the street, Kyo. You didn't do this, right, Kyo? Sasha's a girl, I think. I'm pretty sure she's a girl. Okay, so like we're talking about like the guy on the platform. I'm asexual. Brother. I remember you during those fucking 9 Soul stream. Shut the fuck up.
같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
I like me and me only. I remember the fucking shit you were saying, bro. During those 9 Soul stream. Shut the hell up. The asexual furry. Gooning to Gomon. I think it was Gomon. Now the racer Grandpad Scion. He was the right color of that girl now. No, you don't remember anything? Shakes the files, noob. I don't remember anything, you're right. I remember nothing. You're actually right. I don't know what I was thinking. This saying. Don't worry, Fornius. Saying, yeah. You'll get there. You'll get there, Fornius. Just fat fingering the keyboard. I hate the influenza. Like, I can tell it's the keyboard as well. We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Oh, there he is! He's big, dude.
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나?
부서진 팔만 한다스가 넘을 것 같네만.
Makes sense. That would explain all these broken prosthetic arms and legs in the car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님, 전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐.
You are sexual, Kyo.
물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
Man, Foss is being so fucking wholesome. Holy shit. We need to take away that guzzle shot from you, Foss. We need to take that shit away from you. You're so fucking wholesome. She's adorable here. It took me longer than it should to find an upside down A. I mean, it's probably Aldous. I would say that's right.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남.
네, 뭐
Faust answered Aldous in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping onto her pensive expression. I need that Faust permanent. Fun fact, multi-crack Faust uses 2-bit swords. All of her attacks are... Two big swords, all the attacks are blunt. She's just swinging it. Just smacking it against people, not actually slashing. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만 고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서
No, bonking people. Oh, she learned the way of Cloud. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
그건 알 것도 같네요.
평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수
I can hear it perfectly fine.
까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을
Yeah, I think she's talking about something different. She's not talking about fishing, Ishmael.
대체 여기가 어디쯤인지 이곳에서
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 놓은 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 산과
It seems that Ishmael and Yisong picked on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 아니 정확히는
그건
나쁘다는 건 아니에요.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기.
Let's go! Let's go! People like her. God, this Canto is so fucking wholesome. 7 Ryoshu has a skill called Slash. It is blunt. Now what's left to cross-dress? In a brothel and fight a one-winged angel in epic music. I have never played Final Fantasy. Not a single game. Not a single game. Boss' reply was curt. She closed her
승강장에
eyes.
있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로
Me too, honestly. I've never done it. Never played one.
단 한 칸.
Which means...
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
Just beyond this door.
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다.
Bloodfiend Hunters.
혈귀 산 정보가 사실이라면
Vampire Hunters.
전문가가 따로 있을 만한
Hey, I know about them.
존재일 테죠.
FF6 and 7 are both in emulators. Even so, I've just not played them. I've been a Fire Emblem dude, mostly.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는
FF7 is 5 discs for PS1.
전쟁이든
5.
일상 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another. Possible strategies, estimation of the Bloodfiend's strength. It is the only PS1 game that's 7 gigs. I've never played Fire Emblem. Man, Fire Emblem, like, the Ike games are so fucking good. They're genuinely great. I love the Ike games. The Telius games. 9 and 10. And all of a sudden... I know Grima because hot. You're probably talking about Robin Grima. You're probably talking... Grima is just like a dragon that kind of can possess some people, but you're probably specifically talking about Robin Grima. For a game that's of that time, 7 gigs is nuts. Yeah, that sounds crazy for a PlayStation 1 game. It's a huge game, to be fair. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Blood Fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the last car of this train.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길.
There's the dungeon.
세월이 지나면
The one who lords. It's him. The one who lords? Yo. Was there anything that was 1 GB at the time? Probably a lot of things. I'd recommend it if you can stomach the weird PS1 polygons era. I don't know if they call her Grima, might heard. Yep, you're talking. Yep, Robin Grima. Robin is the main protagonist of Awakening. Can be a man or a woman. And Grima is the main antagonist. And something that can happen is Grima can possess Robin. That's basically it. And yeah, Grima Robin is hot. I will say that much. Yeah, for sure. You're the blues, right? How many blues can I get? I got 12 blues. Sinners. Hey, she's almost there. She's leveled up enough now to be usable. That's cool. I can use her now too. That's nice. Now let's go in.
몸이 따라줄지 모르겠지만.
Okay, I need to shoot Hanafuda first. This room. I hate that I used 400 thread in 2 IDs for uptight 4.
왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면
The prince.
저자가 이 모든
무릎을 꿇고 내 이름은 카세티.
Cassetti.
가족으로부터 도망친 제6권수.
6th kindred in refuge.
위에 군림을
이 열차에서 일어난 모든
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문이 많군. 자, 피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은
Same voice actor as Sinclair. That's kind of funny.
인사할 생각이라면
이 가면 되어지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 대사는 안 돼. 가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기.
내놈 안면에 반해서
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히
The barber.
담기 방송한 아니야.
You can hear it.
웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요.
Okay, buddy.
개버린 놈이군. 다 웃었냐? 그러면
울고 달려들면서
주위나 둘러봐. 너 혼자
히스클리프 씨, 당신
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방한 말이야.
추측하건대 저 혈기는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐이다.
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령.
잠깐!
Sasha! Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. Hanafuda's sword glows either blue, red, or yellow, and you have to use as much of skills matching colors or egos if you don't have matching colors. So it's like fucking Index then, where you have to do specific skills in 4 turns. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at this sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
설마 저자만 처치한다면 그대가
혈기, 만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는
So you're the Blood Fiend. I mean, you do have red eyes. If you have a skill that matches the color, you can use an ego or the defense skill. If you don't have it.
정말 여기까지 왔네. 나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸워.
무슨 소리를?
했더니 이 네 팔 중에 3개가 근데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 나오니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어. 그래서 빌었어.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
That is a tone of voice we never hear from Faust.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
무엇이든 다 할 수.
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sacha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away. After 4 turns, she unleashes Kitsan, her 4th skill, depending on how much you did correctly, is the amount. If it's coins, max 5. Okay, but when do you use, like, the, you know, ego? When do you use the Scotty ego?
죄송합니다, 카세트님.
소개 나의 왕국을.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했.
권속. 당신은 권속이란 게 무엇?
아니, 그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위 개체의 개념과 유사하고
Sub-entity. If you don't have a skill that matches blue color, you use the ego. Turn 3 or any time her sword is blue.
정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은
아마 자네가 우리가 처음 보았을 붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지 의심했어도 내 눈은 그러면
내가 말했지.
Well,
길수록 좋다.
when you need a science skill but don't have the skill tree. That's where the Dimension Shredder ego comes from. I mean, it's a warp train. Fucking, you know, thingy. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped back to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. Oh, so I can! Coattails. I can punch her. Let's go. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I hoped that we'd be spared this sight.
알아? 그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사. 정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 이 닥치라고 하지 않았는데.
Any ego will give you Kitsan sources, but if it matches the color, it gives you much more. Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Oh, so this is not a dungeon. Oh, interesting. Red, blue, yellow. Well, she's not gonna be here for now. That's for sure. Boom, boom, bang. Counter. 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 One-sided guard, nope. You do that. Let's just get a bunch of greens. I hate this boss MD. He makes the fight last longer than they should last.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자
Holy glutes.
하나 살려보내지 마라.
해풍.
진 목을 떨궈주마.
Nice. Ouch. Bruh. Gluttony. Yeah, very green. I kill him so quickly in MD. It's a skill issue if you can't. Is it really a skill issue if all you do is like press win rate? Okay, let's build up some shit, some bullshit. I can't. Okay, never mind. Just kill a few people. I want you to build some things. Boom, you do that. You do this. Kill him. Kill him. You do the same to this guy. Luck is a skill. After floor 8, you cannot win rate bosses. You can't? Damn. The pack in floor 10, I can't kill him in one turn. AMD is just different. At least match the 𝑳𝒊𝒏𝒚 skill. You can deal over 10k damage like it's nothing. I am matching the 𝑳𝒊𝒏𝒚 skills. Mainly because all the available packs are hard ones. So that's more than he should last. How many enemies are there? You do that, but you are unopposed. I'll let you pass that, actually. What I'm gonna do is... gonna power counter you. Dominate you, why not? Destroy you. You're gonna go through, but that's fine for me, because I have you. You might not win this first try, noob. Like, killing a 4k boss in a turn is easy, but with �㑂💏, I cannot kill him in a turn. 𝒂💏. Nice. That should give me the Tanshu star. Also, to continue Hanafdo explanation, her guard resets her sword color with 50% chance to give you Kuzan resources. Okay, there you are. You're boss number 1. I need a bit more Tanshu stars, please. That'd be awesome. I'll do this. I'll let the blue skill pass, I guess. Blue can pass. Her god is kind of a last resort. I see. MD number became so big, they seemed like a joke. I fought a boss with 750k. Which one of these is strongest? Then let the green pass through, honestly. No, the red, I mean. The red can pass. You kill that. Offset that. Or actually, offset that with this. Now this is passing. These are all getting fucked. That's all good. What is happening with you? And you? Because RNG.
내 뒤.
Nice. Perfect.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Easy traceless.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
Okay, let's not stagger her. Holy shit. Also, because of discard mechanics, she will most likely always have the skill matching sword color, and she will always have the skill matching of her sword color in the beginning of the battle. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Well, she's fucking dead. Furioso! Wow, wait, I have it, okay. I'm not gonna use the Furioso. This turn, we're gonna just use garbage. Use all these garbage skills, get them out of the way. And then once I go to fight 2, I can just destroy with that Furioso. I have that Furioso ready to destroy. I have to do 20k damage. I will do it to Nelly. With that, Cassidy reached out towards the pile of blood bags on the ground, and... oh, he's eating them! That's what was happening. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the Blood Fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. Kuzan does over 200 damage. 5 coins, and Scotty with her does 650 plus. So do the math. Holy shit.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더욱 키운 것으로 보입니다.
Cassidy. Well, I have a Furioso already, so I don't really know what you're gonna do, buddy. I don't know what you're gonna do. I can do a trace list. I'll do that, sure. What do you do exactly? At the turn end, depending on the stored blood stack on self, at fewer, gain bind, flagell, at more, gain offensive and defensive. Prioritize target with the highest sum of bleed potency. Because bleed heal 2% of HP. The Scotty damage is for the bonus. The Eagle receive if attack is only one enemy. When this unit has bleed, gain offense and defense up for every 5 bleed. Gain clash power up. Damage taken from bleed minus 50%, round down. This unit panic time, turn end, okay. Hands on. He has 5 stored blood. Lose 1 value every time this unit loses 5% HP. On heal, on hit, heal 1% of this unit's HP. I see. So Furiosa level bullshit, but locked behind the collab ego. And if the enemy had high defense, she's gone. That's gone thanks to her decay tremor that we read before. This boss was easy in hard mode. That easy was because of passive they added hard mode to Cassidy. Boom. Boom. You can offset that, I guess. Boom. Furioso! It's time. Yep, Ascendance. Easy Ascendance. Lose all your blood stacks. Down 29, not 32. I have no idea why. Well, it is time for the Furioso. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy, man. 500 damage. Holy shit, he's so fucked. hard mode because City has a passive that makes his clash awful if you use Lamont-San's IDs. Well, I don't do that. I am the prince. What is this now? Unclashable. Doubles the amount of heal received by Hard Blood Glaive. Reset SP to 0. Gain 10 stored blood. And it hits everyone. 10. All guard now, do not attack. Why do I not attack? A heal if it doesn't make damage. You can't? You can't attack him? Really? Aww. Well, fine then. I won't touch his bum ass. What a bitch. Unclashable. The turn ends when the attack ends. Oh! Turn ends after using this skill. Oh, I see. Okay, well. Then I should probably just get rid of my, like, stupid fucking yellows. I don't want the yellows, do I? I mean, then again, it doesn't really matter. I can just spam Ascendant. It really doesn't matter now that I think about it. I think the faster unit can't, so fast will. Yeah, fast will attack, but... Order retreats. I am ordering retreats if I do this. Do I want to order retreats? But if you use Pigrita, you can attack. If you don't guard, you just get more damage and more Heisho gimmicks exist. Okay, who's getting... Wait, let's just try this. Who's gonna get, like, restrained? Now, what is Risong doing here? He's part of the Heishos, man. He's a Heisho. An honorary Heisho. My boy. Gosh darn you. Ah, well. Still gonna fuck him up, though. Use counter against... whatever the fuck. Use it against that, I guess. And let what pass? You one of the blues, I guess. Oh, don't guard with Lord. It didn't happen anyway. Nothing happened. Yeah, no one got sent. I wanted to see who would get sent, honestly. I was kind of curious who would get sent. Bro thinks he's on the team. He is on the team! An honorary fucking Heisho. Leave him alone. Which one of these is worse? This envy skill is probably worst. Actually, no, use this on this. That's doing the power counter. That. Let this pass. Fuck this up. With who? With you. And then you can offset that, I guess, just in case. Anything but leaving Hongyuan, I guess. Shut up. Bro casually aura farms while the boss heals up everyone else. Offset that evade. I'm doing it. I did it. Don't worry. Remember, skill can be unclashable, but you can clash it with an evade the same way you cannot offset a counter. The game lies to you. That's awesome. Well, just do this. Oh, you're gonna do it. Okay, sure. The evade gives him a lot of his resources, so it's dangerous. I never let fucking things do evade anymore, man. I do not let that happen. I don't let that shit pass. Building my Furioso again. I mean, it's not like he uses his fucking evade anyway. Gosh darn you. Wait, why'd you not attack? What the fuck? Why'd you not do your thing? Why you no do Ascendance? Oh, because I was... Oh, I think it's because I was... Right. I was doing the thing. I'm not supposed to do this. I was doing this, and I'm not supposed to do that. Like a fucking idiot. Okay. That makes sense. Get rid of this shit, I guess. Let this pass. Who's it hitting? You. You're gonna have to attack, buddy. Fine, you power counter that. What is passing? This skill, I guess. Then that's me. Fuck. What is this hitting? You. Is it all hitting you? Motherfucker, it's all hitting him. The hard mode version starts with 30 sanity, by the way. Damn. Well, you suck. What is this, bro? Fine, who cares? Just... they're all gonna pass anyway, might as well. This one is very high priority. What is this exactly? Attack and gain 10 stored blood. I can clash it on use, double the amount healed. For bleed on targets. Hard version also pisses itself at the sight of Bloodfiend ID. But he cannot clash if you use 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒚 ID, so it's easy. All interval hard mode bosses are like that. How much bleed do I have? You have... no bleed, okay. Let this pass, I guess, maybe? Yeah, let that one pass. Everyone else attack that. High priority. Priority medium. This is lore accurate. Dawn, you do that. Wait, that's targeting me. Never mind. Oh my god, bro. All of you, target this. You guys target this. This one's targeting him, okay. I'm looking forward to for you fight Time Ripper hard mode. That one is a treat. Why would I want to do that, man? Why the fuck would I go out of my way to do that? Let's do this. No sanity on this fucker. Because lunacy and pulls. Shut up. I have luck on my side anyway. I don't need all that. Ascendant, nice. That's what I like to see. Good old Ascendant. Oh! That's so fucking crazy, man. That is so crazy. Well, he's dead. Alright, sure. He's just fucking dead. Should I remind you of the 𝒂𝒏𝒏𝒚 incident? Shut up. Yeah, and he's dead. Yeah, and he's dead. He's big dead. Not even a struggle. Win rating those like slop fights was harder. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair. and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of the warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. For the Clanker Faust minor incidents. I mean, I didn't really roll for Clanker Faust though. Like, not really, you know? The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp border checkpoint or at the basement of Withering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Now you enter in Canto 7 when the game starts to have some difficult fights. Don Quixote continues to violently pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I love this track, by the way. 200 years. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. I did 70 pulls on the new rodeo banner for the announcer. Got a rodeo, so I stopped. Damn, got the thing that's advertised on the banner itself. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. Damn, she knows. She's getting it. Why is she bigger wearing a suit than wearing a dress? That makes no sense. I wanted rodeo. I got the announcer 2 times. I hate myself. With one of the remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the master keycard Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mirsalt, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them away to the side and grabbed the keycard. I wanted rodeo. I got the announcer 2 times. I hate myself. No. Cassetti examines the keycard, the master keycard, with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근한 나름의 최선을 통해 하지만 마스터 카드키가 저자에게 넘어간 아마 그 원인은
Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
파우스트에게 너무 의지와
It's... Faust will be fine, don't worry. Don't worry, girl, we'll be fine. We'll be A-okay. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking of the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. I really want that Faust. I want this Faust. This Faust is fucking perfect. I love her. She's more perfect than Faust ever was and ever will be. Genuinely more perfect. But even without Faust, you've still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought to you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Does the lack of plan itself becomes a plan? You said yourself. Bro said perfect, huh? Why don't they must use that word?
그렇군요.
Perfect.
저는 파우스트 중에서도 마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 확실한 건 저자나 우리 둘 탑상을 하는 수.
보아하니 지금 이 열쇠가
협상이라니.
I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
카세트. 장소를 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를.
I want feet. Okay, Fornius. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So, Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him. So we are basically correct, right? On the perfect ID thing, more or less to 95%. Very... possibly. It seems very likely that the perfect ID theory seems very likely.
네, 당신도 알다시피 이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그렇습니다.
Yep, exactly. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the fright car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the fright car again?
저는 도박이란 것을
Again?
해보려고 합니다.
Yo! I can't believe it's just Poochie from JoJo again. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. I believe in you, Faust. I believe. I have faith.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
I believe. The negotiation. A woman with good long legs and a soft thigh and a good ass. True. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. The boss awoke you. I am a sim, so I believe too.
화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도.
단테, 연결된 것 같습니다.
It's been restored. So in the Mephistopheles, but it's clearly not the Mephistopheles itself that like connects the Fausts. But it can do that. It can restore the network. Because like as far as we know, for example, Mao Faust doesn't really have a Mephistopheles. The other identities don't have a Mephistopheles, yet they're connected to the Gesellschaft. Even so, this Gesellschaft can do a connection. The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thoughts. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한 것으로.
Did you know that this would work? I think the bus is a mini pocket dimension corridors and all. Probably. With a soft tummy and good tits, not that big and not that small, only good with beautiful eyes and small ears and long hair. Is this in reference to something? Like the books in a way?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지.
A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away.
연결이 되었으니 워프
Konosuba reference.
파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해
I watched that so long ago.
즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만.
Make complaints against the Fausts. In the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to loss of connection with the interiors of warp trains, however.
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요.
On purpose?
누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
It was done on purpose? Still going, huh? Hello, Cure.
네.
It was done on purpose. So the council just also has private group chats? Faust gently advanced towards the blood
협상에
fiend.
대한 이야기를 하시죠.
원래 같았으면 나는 이 카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려.
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Like Discord. Boss, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first
기억과
place?
흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘쳐 혈기를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고. 이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것.
It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train? And its future passengers? Maybe the council is controlled by the bad end? If you think about it that way, it adds up. Maybe? By the mirror? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet in lack of reply was the reply of its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust and the company's policy. And yet... Don Quixote! I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐?
악인의 만행을 못 본 채하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서.
Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of her grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Don Quixote, letting him destroy the key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Yeah, Q, you missed the fucking titties.
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건.
그러면 파우스트 군도 관리자 나리도
Her struggle begins to wane, but this was of no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had already quietly been advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late.
지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Huh? You heard us. You heard us, Cure. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps on to Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before he even had a chance to do anything. What is it, perhaps John Rover you drew? Here's his drawing. I have it here. This is it. Boom. 𝒂𝒏𝒚 drew this. 𝒂𝒏𝒚. You can unwind such years of psychological damage. Brace yourself. First, we gotta look at the titties. Now we can brace ourselves. Okay. Sick drawing, to be honest. Really? It's very smooth. No, just regular tits. That is a C cup. It's good tits. It's a good pair. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps on to Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had a chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로.
Faust, what do you mean dissolution?
이전에도 보았지만 단테 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감.
You should draw a DD cup. True. Kyo will not survive the next family meeting, but his sacrifice will be remembered. I will. The fuck is a DD? Big tits. Imagine bigger tits. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of these running shoes, Don Quixote? Smaller than E, bigger than the D. Yeah, those. She doesn't know when she got them? No, I think I'm good.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아.
로신한테는 냄새나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기.
대피.
Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Rosinante. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by the numerous eyewitnesses' reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rosinante. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes, Rosinante. Have you ever taken them off? She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes was somehow an inconceivable idea. It's one shoe, by the way. There's one that doesn't wear them. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense, too. But she didn't seem to notice anything strange about herself. What do we need her running shoes? This isn't Pokemon? Maybe it is. I mean, it kind of is. We just throw the fucking sinners out. They're like Pokemon. They have types. They have advantages. What does Rosinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions, as a metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. One of her IDs is just one of those pair, so her ego on her IDs. Heathcliff, I choose you. Then, darkness. L2D, huh? Is this our first L2D? Feet free to see. Yep, that's the feet. I think that's the first L2D, right? Of this game. Yes, it is. Damn. The whale was the first? Was it? Oh, I think it was. In all-absorbing darkness, voices are only light. Whale versus Indigo Elder. I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. Now it's time to pay for your curiosity. And then, through the shimmering I think I saw red eyes. It ran like shit on first leads, as you expect. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks towards the lesser being, the blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rose from the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. Imagine playing this without voice acting. LOL.
폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 몸이 굳어지고 다시는.
That's what majority of people did before the Bogok. Cassetti's body begins liquefying to a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, puddling on the floor, heated underneath the searing sun. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Speaking of which, is the new Intervalos voice acted? I don't think so. Something I couldn't understand. Rosinante. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slid them onto her bare feet, one by one. All I can say, the eyes of all blood fiends are red and are like a cat. No, it's not. It's Canto 9 Part 4, it has to be, right? Nope, apparently not. It is not voiced, as Fornius says. Dante with the feet. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Uncertainty. But why though? They just don't do them. I don't know why. Do they not have the funds? I think they don't have the time. I don't know. Sometime later. Why must I suffer? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was a destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Damn it, they just want to do Bogok.
혈기와의 반복된 전투로 대부분 정신을 잃은 관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
그랬지.
Well, good work, everyone.
여기서 대부분이라 함은 셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다.
Wait.
그 셋이 누구냐?
파우스트, 관리자님, 그리고
아직
의식을 되찾지 못한 돈 키호테다.
So you know. The definition of most excludes 3 individuals. Most had lost their consciousness. And 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃 knew! He fucking knew, man! He was paying attention! Any questions? To Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote. It is Canto 9 Part 4 for story, but they don't voice act them. But they're adding a new thing next week for the Intervalos, so that may change. They want to do Boggogs on purpose to fill empty time. Fuck that, man. I read Spring Cultivation. I want to read Spring Cultivation. Wow, you were spot on. Didn't you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy.
꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
Damn. 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃 always pays attention.
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명의
I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. How she practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words.
지금부터 일어나는 일.
Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, it's, oof. It was a threesome. Actually, it was a foursome with the Blood Fiend. You see, like, we were doing all the things, having our fun, and then it was too much for him. He ejaculated, and, like, through his dick. The rest of his body just came out. Now he's a puddle. That's all I remember. That's what happened. That's it.
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드키는
Last I remember, it was in Cassidy's
지금은
hands.
녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
Far more presentable state.
그러면 그자가 들고
I wanted to read fifth 𝒊𝒏𝒚, but it is the fourth one after this.
안액체 상태가
𝑳𝒊𝒏𝒚?
이자의 손가락 뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인데
Half liquefied remains have been melded with his finger bones. Wait, oh.
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
Can you guess the name of the Canto? Not really.
담배를 거친
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
마스터 카드키가 없어도 여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니 메피스토펠레스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. Yeah, she knows now she's connected to Faust. So we headed to the corridor past the back door. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders and arrived at our destination.
무슨 일을 겪고 온 것이냐고.
후두둑.
What are you guys doing? Grains of sand and seashell, like things, fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은
그게 어떻게 된 것이냐 하면
Some time ago, Faust explained the gist of his plan as we made our way to the back
간단히
door.
말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것이 A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초. 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면
And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데
네. 이 문이
아니
구태여. 그 이상의 정복 예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날에 필요할 테니까요.
If I have to give the description to Canto 7, it's unnerving, but I'll stop there. Faust be like, I'm just not gonna use the Faust all that much. You know what? Maybe I don't need to know everything. I'll just clue together things myself. Get a little bit of a hint, but nothing more. Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Can she jerk me? I like her more like this. I like her more too. It's great. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts.
뭐야?
The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corps platforms. Yep, we just spent the 10 seconds somewhere else. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand. An abandoned hospital in the outskirts. Do we have a match of a previous story? Abandoned hospital in the outskirts. I don't know. There's probably something in like some abnormality description in 𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒏, but I have no idea.
멀쩡한 승객이잖아. 어떡해?
We were so happy to be done with the whole ordeal that even W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분
그거 듣기만 해봤.
We walked to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
아무도 없는데.
응? 여기가 아니었나?
What?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기
혹시 멀쩡할 리가 없나?
I doubt
일본에서
that.
잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼 저희는 이만 나가.
Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
오늘따라 올해도
알겠다.
네. W4의 관련 보고를 송부하는 것.
It's not a storing unit, it's a disposal unit. So they tricked the agents into thinking that these are, you know, storing units, when in reality they're for disposal. Where like in the middle of the job, if you just decide to like not be useful to them anymore, you kill yourself unknowingly. That's kind of funny. That's kind of hilarious. Pretty genius, honestly. There's a theory that cleanup agent is the Abno you can fight. I mean, he's part of my lord now, so... Oof. Virgilius was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든.
I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left, but okay. So she just listens to them. I'm guessing. Okay, here's the thing with her. Oh, basically the theory, he's the Hongli ego you have. Yep. That's what I thought. That's what I thought Vernia said. But okay, basically the way I see it, the reason why like Faust was so intent on following Faust, the 𝒊𝒎💏, to the letter was because she just didn't have the confidence to make choices herself. Didn't want to gamble, didn't want like anything that was uncertain. And it is only through being forcefully deprived of Faust that she gains a little bit of confidence. Mostly through the experience itself and like the words of, you know, the manager, Dante. That's basically the way I saw it. So now she will rely less on Faust. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. Yeah, but her Canto is not up, so there's way more to it. There's way more for sure, but that's what I figured.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요. 죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
I expect the Faust video in like 18 months or so. But or more, probably. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is...
그것이라면 LCB가 결성될 때부터
Oh, Virgilius knows too. Of course.
관리자에게 적절한 때의 정보를
And that appropriate moment was back there.
개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다.
Private judgment. So that's what you think.
파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
She's still saying I. Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 돌아왔구려.
Return. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension, and we've returned to our daily lives, speculating about what's next on our path. And August, May, out is February, January. Faust is in summer. Next year, huh? Is there Canto about us abandoning the Perfect ID project? Maybe becoming enemies with 𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒏, possibly? I have no idea. The usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned. Not really. Like, whenever she says I'm gonna trust her word. Whenever she says Faust, I'm gonna think about it. Faust quickly affirms Yi-song's rather nebulous question.
농으로 물어보는 것 언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있고.
See her again. Talking about the Faust, she shot a puzzled look at Yi-song.
꽤 유쾌한
Yi-song mused ambiguously before leaving us. Get away, Yi-song, she's mine. No, she's mine, Rajak, how dare you? Whew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. But it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But It was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to be faced in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. Now this scene is the reason of Faust Yi-sung. I mean, it is just one scene, to be fair. I mean, what am I saying? The fucking shippers don't care, bro. Now this is the scene. No, it's not because of this scene. Shippers don't need a reason. Like, think about it. 6 sinners, 6 of them are male, 6 of them are female. Yeah, the shippers are easily gonna mix and match. Like, if you're a shipper, let's get into the mind of a shipper. Fuck. I gotta look at his fucking sinners. The sinners looked at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. Next canto, we'll see the demon of Babylon. It's just one scene, bro, of course. That's a lot. For a shipper, that's a lot, man. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Like, this canto was all pretty much Dante and Faust, with a bit of Don Quixote. But talking about the sinners, like, let's say you're a shipper. You're looking at all these fuckers. You're gonna mix and match. Who are you gonna mix and match? The ones who seem kind of similar, but also a bit different, maybe. Like, you're gonna look at Gregor, you'll say, oh, you put him, this guy over here, he's kind of like, you know, middle-aged, looks like, a little old. And you put it with the other, like, mature lady, the matures, you're gonna put them together. You're gonna look at the fucking Yi-sung. Oh man, there's another genius scientist. You're gonna mix and match. Then you look at, like, I don't know, fucking Ryoshu. Oh man, she's Asian. Go with Hong Lu. Oh man, these two are blonde. Go with each other. Yeah, the Hong Lu and Ryoshu is a thing from what I've seen. Exactly. We know Q-Corp singularity. We do. Ryoshu is Sinclair. Is Ryoshu Sinclair? Is that the main ship? I think Heath Ishmael too. Yeah, Heath Ishmael. Oh, these two hate each other? Oh, for sure. For sure. They're fucking. You mean they hate each other? For sure they're fucking. Mainly because they switch bodies in April Fool's events. Well, either way, mini tree. We're gonna have to go through this too, and then it's the Canto. First, let me get all this bullshit. But like, yeah, if I was a shipper and I read like Intervallo 4, I mean Murder on Warp Train, I feel like the main ship would be Dante and Faust after everything that happened. Or, hear me out. Dante, Faust, Don Quixote, and Cassetti. That's the ship. Holy shit, I figured it out. The name of the Canto. Oh, right, you're right. The dream ending. Holy shit, is it gonna be about Daniel Bryan? Broken Dreams? Ship Faust in with me? No, I'm gonna ship her with me. Do we need to watch those April Fool's events we missed on YouTube? They're not in archive at all. I understand Arknight's collapse story not being there, but why the April Fools? No idea. The 4th Walpurgis Nights. Oh, I have to actually do it? Fuck you, Green Day. Oh, I have to actually play it, huh? Oh, well then. Let's go with the boys. It is easy. I mean, I'm guessing. I'm gonna use the fucking pesos. Alright, I did as you asked, Faust. Oh, this is yes. No, was it Yesod? No, what's the name Yesod? No, I don't think it was. The purple-haired, like, fucking edgy boy who was like kind of edgy. You can win if you do anything. I looked up towards Faust away from the PDA in my hands as it rattled and fixed the identity cards into each slot. That's 𝒊𝒎💏💏, yeah, but I know, but I'm talking like whose location? I think his name was Yesod, right? Yesod, correct? Okay, I was right. Today is the 4th 𝒊𝒎💏💏 night. The location is that same 𝒊𝒏𝒚 headquarters of the past we visited. Its point in time and the branch of possibility uncertain.
감사합니다.
Phew. I've slotted in the 𝒊𝒏𝒚 identities that I pulled during the previous 𝒊𝒎💏💏 nights. Faust probably wants to study the correlation between 𝒊𝒎💏💏 night itself and the identities that can be pulled only during each �𝒐𝒏💏 night. We still don't even know what �𝒐𝒏💏 night really are.
일단 여기가 어딘지 정도는 설명하고.
맞아요. 두 분만 아는 얘기를
맞아. 내가 하려던 말이 딱 그거라고. 곱상하게 잘 바꿔서 말하네. 야, 고맙다.
Damn, the jock and the nerd getting along.
네?
You're not gonna beat his head again? Wait a minute, if this is the headquarters, then Dante should feel the bow, right? I mean, this isn't fucking, you know, this is not the library. This is 𝒊𝒐𝒏𝒚, the main 𝒊𝒐𝒏𝒚. And yes, it is the headquarters. But I don't think, maybe it's the library as well, I don't know. But I don't think so? Meta answered it is fan servers. What's the meta answer? Faust cleared her throat in an attempt to clear the air and stem the conversation from going on at tangents. Information team. Yeah, and the bows are in 𝒊𝒏𝒚 locations. I mean, did the bows scatter out? Or did they just appear? So like, let's just say, like what I'm thinking is the bows just scattered from 𝒊𝒏𝒚, the main headquarters, out into, you know, other branches, landed into other branches of 𝒊𝒏𝒚.
매번 발프르기스의 밤이 올 때마다
그런 것은 아닙니다. 단장 이 부서에 연결된 교육팀이나 안전팀도 출입이 간지 처음 이곳으로 연결된 의미가 있을 수도 있겠죠.
She's trying to take a more active role in learning things for herself. It seems that the events at the warp train rattled her more than I thought. They didn't exist in 𝒊𝒏𝒚, I think. I mean, it would have. I'm saying like after like the light project, after the light was sent out, the bows were the consequences of that, right? It was only after that that we start seeing the bows everywhere, kind of just scattering around. They most likely appeared as a result of the second light release alongside monoliths. That's my theory. She's probably concerned that similar loss of connection to that repository of false knowledge may occur again.
그나저나
그러게 말이다.
지휘관은 본인의 취향이 아니더라도 부하들의 사기를 위해 지내는 공간을 살갑게 꾸미거나 지원하는 법인데.
그 사람 한 명만의 이야기는 아닐 거.
Ishmael, who was rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous items, muttered from a distance as Altus mused at the ceiling.
여기에 직원들이 낙서했던 게 좀 있네요. 세피라라고 하는 분요?
Yep, Sephiroth.
우리 세피라.
내가 직접
𝑚𝒏𝒏𝒚, you don't have to read the insults and profanities.
그렇다면 문서를 읽고 내용을 요약하도록 하겠습니다.
Sometime later.
이상형은 안 읽었어.
듣는 사람까지 주눅들고.
부서의 책임자끼리 고성이 오가는 싸움 차라리 그렇게 치고받고 난 후에 서로.
It was clear to us that the Sephiroths did not share a very healthy work relationship with one another. Not to mention that not many employees really put their faith in
이
their
말
Sephiroth.
세피라. 우리가 저번에 실현과 싸웠던 부서인 GT.
Yep, that was Malkuth. If so, then the library didn't have a bow up until the exile. So any Vault Knight of that place will not have it. Yep, that adds up.
직원들을 사지로 몰아넣고 부품처럼 써먹는 게 당연하다는 느낌으로 말하네. 날개는 날개인가 봐.
네, 여기 호드라는 교육팀 세피라와의 대화 기록도 있네요. 처음에는 꽤 의견 다툼이 있었던 것 같은데 아무래도 다툴 만한 상황을 피하게 돼.
자기 직원들을 금쪽같이 아끼는 것 같던걸.
그렇다면 본인 또한 마음고생이 있었을 거예요. 직원의 그럼에도 불구하고 자신은 이들을 위한
예소드라는 자는 이곳 정보팀의 세피라인가. 꽤 깐깐한 타입이었나 보군.
독사라고 불렸나 보만. 직원을 물고 다녔던 겐가?
비유라는 것을 알도록. 다소 여기에 일정을 완벽하게 기록한 것이 있군.
실현에 대한 설명을 하기도 합니다.
A heavy thump of light follows Aldous' deep sigh. The lobby lights suddenly changed, and the floor began to tremble. First light gave egos and shins, and second gave bows and distortions with their monoliths respectively. I mean, egos and distortions existed, it's just that the lights made them easier. Well, can't say I'm surprised. We knew that an ordeal was coming after all.
정보 없이 싸우는군.
Yeah, easier to get. The wallpaper added Solemn Lament ID and Ego. Solemn Lament is the butterfly ad now. Naturally, we whipped around to look at Don Quixote, who then directed our attention towards something writhing in the distance. A thing of bizarre shape crawling and squirming. Faust, anything you can tell us about them before they started rushing at us? I shouted, watching with horror as the curiously violent grub-like creature slowly spawned into the hallway from thin air, even though she probably didn't have much to tell me about them anyway. Violet Dawn. Wasn't Violet the monoliths?
지금 당장 안전팀이 있는 쪽부터 제압을 시작해야 합니다. 네, 이것만이 아닙니다. 모든 부서에서 발생. 알고 싶지 않은 난장판을 부서의 클리포트 카운터가.
환상체가.
아이, 그건 또 뭐 개소리야.
그러니까 참.
Yep. Why, you song, you must have a million broken syncing IDs. Yep, it's the monoliths.
홍원의 주인?
Fruit of understanding.
그래. 그 말이
Wait a
사실이라면.
minute. Let's not look at this titty for now. Ordeals. Okay, for 1 second, I'm gonna go take a piss, then I'll be back. Oh, fuck you, 𝒂𝒏𝒚. Man, I was about to sneeze, but it didn't come out. Gosh darn it. Oh, man. Gosh fucking darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay. He does it once per stream, and it's not every stream, so it's less than you think, yo. Yeah, I don't piss all that much, honestly. Not a lot. Anyway. These things were weak to white. Appears on a random hallway to have a 90% degree. Dealing black damage. I'm trying to see. That's a sweeper. It's Violet Noon. That gives us the monoliths. Weak to sinking. I know. I'm trying to think about the lore. Grant us love. You can only hear the weakest and faintest of their acts. We have sought for love and compassion from them. It seems eldritch. Would you link? And then this is the monolith for, and that's not similar at all. Great love for us. We cannot understand them, nor do they understand us. Is it the same monolith? No, I don't think it is. I think it's a different monolith. Amber, green, midnight, violet, midnight. Maybe? No, that's a little bit different. It's eldritch. Would we link distortions to eldritch knowledge? That was a black blank square. I was thinking like maybe these like violet ordeals are linked to distortions, but I don't know. Because like as you can see, everything is linked to something. Like the ambers, they're just kind of creatures that appear, just beasts basically. These are clowns. What are clowns connected to? These are just robots. The indigos are just sweepers only. And we know sweepers, we all know that. We all know them. Creatures, robots. Can you please search a blank monolith in IRL? Distortion is a rejection of yourself, their escapism. I don't think that's eldritch. We insistently try to accept it. We want to understand them in our heads by any means, regardless of the consequences. Or would the violets be more connected to the stars themselves? If it's black or dark, even better. Real life monolith. The god of delusion, for the sake of not crumbling in on oneself, the idea that they might be an impossibility, that they may impossibly exist, or that they are unreachable and forever enigmatic, no matter the path. Unacceptable. The index IDs are so powerful. They are not crumbling in on oneself. The blank monolith, to be specific. Blank monolith. What about blank monoliths? Like, that's a fucking monolith. Like, what do you mean a blank monolith? What do you mean search a blank monolith? But yeah, crumbling in on oneself. The idea that they may impossibly exist, or they're unreachable and forever enigmatic, no matter the path. Unacceptable. Yeah, I think I would mostly link them to stars, honestly. To the stars themselves. In history, I mean, the discovered one. That's a monolith. I mean, we all know what a monolith is. Historical blank monolith. The pig eye, it is like a star. The pale eye. Yeah, but monoliths usually exist to be written on, so a blank one is strange. I mean, is it blank, or can we just not see the writing? Because it could just be that too, that we just can't see the writing on it. This is how it normally looks. We see it in 2 Corp, it's a blank there too. I mean, again, is it blank, or do we just not see the writing due to like circumstances? That's what I mean. It might just be that we don't see the writing because the writing hasn't revealed itself, you know? I hated this thing. I mean, all the midnights were fucking terrible. That was kind of the point of them. That they were fucked up. Oh, rip that. Green one was okay. I shall not play L Corp, I value my sanity. Weak. What are you gonna do with sanity, buddy? Fuck you gonna do with it? Sanity. Please just die, all of you. Bruh.
기꺼이
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
I never heard a single human being say that a good thing about L Corp gameplay, not even hardcore PM fans. It's rough, is the thing. The gameplay is fucking rough to get used to. But it can be fun. For sure, it can be fun. Frustrating. It's like one of those things where it's like, thinking about it is more fun than playing it. You think about, oh, I'll do this, I'll have this abnormality, I'll fuck around with this. It's a vibe, you know? In 𝒂𝒏𝒚 Meltdown, I quitted my spacebar of the keyboard. I couldn't make it. I quit it. With it, we love FGO gameplay here. 𝒂𝒏𝒚, don't even joke about that. Don't even joke about that, lad. Don't even joke about it.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도면 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 모험하군.
How? Bruh.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어
Easy.
내 뒤.
Thank God for my lord. Took out my spacebar on my keyboard, I mean. You got punished for it, right? I think you got punished for it, if I remember correctly. For pausing. Yeah, I'm slowly remembering. Was that fucking impact frames? Okay, just finish the job. Just do it. Just finish it.
내 뒤.
목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울
If you pause, it killed Nuggets. So take out the spacebar. It was rough, man. The Nuna Violet. And there it is.
죽은 놈에 대한 복수를.
Oh. Canon events. Just a canon event the first time you fight one of these things. God, the Nuna Violet was so fucking annoying to play around. Like, okay, now I have to fucking move all my... Just pause the game, move everyone outside their rooms, see where it's gonna land, then move everyone back in. God, it was so annoying. There are impact frames if you crit with that skill. Sometime later, grant us love.
다행이네요. 그래도 공격.
A rubble of broken stones lay about the exhausted sinner's feet. But that didn't last long.
네. 아무래도 형태는 무기물인 석조품의 모습이지만 그 자체로 어딘가에서는 종교적 존재 취급을 받고 있다는 것 같네요.
하긴 저런 커다란 게 아무런
The stele, which had once threatened the sinners with its tentacles, soon disappeared from our sights like it never existed. If Foss hadn't pushed me into the hallway just in time, would have been the Xanon quest that all LobCorp players have, the canon events. So, do we settle that library that is blocking its IDs with a bow? Every other reason feels weak once you compare it to this one. Why would they do it though? Why would they block? It doesn't make sense to me. Why would they do it? And like the problem is, I don't remember any hint of the golden bows in Library of Ruina. Any hint of them. Wait, the mini episodes are also voice acted? Yeah, the minis are voice acted. We would have all died forever if that thing had crushed me too.
비서 그 자체에 당한 것은 아닙니다.
눈치껏 돌덩이는 피하긴 했는데 설마 그걸로 전부 다 뒤져버릴
Yes, they're voice acted after they add the next Canto. We're going to have to find a way to deal with that shockwave somehow, or it'll be too risky to continue with our Walpurgis night expedition. I'm not saying that I'm scared of the pain I have to go through when reviving the sinners, which really hurts, of course, especially when it's 12-fold, but I'm not sure if I want to ask him to repeatedly run a mission that's guaranteed to kill them in the end. Moreover, we don't even know if whatever we'll find here will be worth all the trouble. They don't want people with mirror tech to have their knowledge. Think about it, the library is useless if anyone can access it through using a mirror. But I don't think they would really care for that. And how would they even know about the mirrors? Like, I feel like we have to make a lot of assumptions for that. For the library to be blocking mirror technology. And like, if they are, I feel like we would know. Like the company, or at least Faust, would tell us, I feel like. The library is only valuable because of its knowledge. Yeah, but I don't remember them caring about the value of it. Maybe wait and see. I feel like we don't have enough information. Genuinely think we don't have enough pieces of the puzzle to come to a conclusion.
연달아? 저 커다란 돌덩이는 여명인지 하는 실현하고는 관계 없었던 거냐?
같은 자색의 실현이긴 합니다. 하지만 분명 이 시기 전에 겪었던 여명보다 한 단계 높은 형태의 실현입니다.
Why are we doing Whelps then? I'm not saying that like the Limbus isn't banned from accessing the library. I just don't think that the library, like Angela and Roland and the kind, are intentionally blocking the library's, like, connection to the rest of the Tree of Life. That's my point. If you see the ego passive of Dawn, that was one of the clues for her being a blood fiend with her eyes. I suddenly recalled what Faust speculated back in the warp train. The 𝒊𝒎💏 may have made a purposeful omission. Remember, we are not the only ones with mirror tech. You think this is the 𝒊𝒎💏 withholding information from you again? Nemesis Corp have it? But do they really have sinners though? Like, from what we've seen, even Nemesis Corp summoned Wild Hunt Heathcliff, helped summon him. Another sinner that we have. Like, they do have mirror technology, but theirs is not as advanced as Limbus companies, it seems. To the point where Limbus has its sinners, even.
확증은 없습니다. 정오의 실현에 대한 정보를 막지도 않았으니 단순한 희귀
Remember N-Corp Singularity? 2 can emotion? They are using our sinners to their purpose from the looks of it. Yeah, there's like their technology isn't as advanced as ours, is my point. Manifestation of rare possibility.
신경이 쓰인. 하지만 희귀 가능성 때문이라면 그 때문에서 이번 발프로
So should we explore further? But
직원 여러분 들리나요?
Pod? A loud buzz crackled and an unfamiliar voice broke through the awkward silence we were meandering in.
뭐야? 누가 말하고 있는 건데?
You two cat emotions in a can. Exactly.
어차피 물어도 대답이가
It's hot. Let's go.
교육팀의 호드가 전달되려.
You're the suicidal one.
조금 전에 문서에서 확인했던 호드라는 세피라인 것 같다.
Why are they recruiting their enemies? If that's the case, they're letting us plant the field And they take the harvest. Could they not come up with their own sinners, though? Which would make their job much easier, I feel like. Malkuth was the cannibal, true.
이런 목소리였군요.
생각했던 이미지에 딱 들어맞긴 하네. 그치?
지금 여명 정오의 시간이 이례적인 일이라 당황할 수 있다고 생각해요. 하지만
40 AA
빡빡하게 부하를 관리하는 타입입니다. 부하를 과보하는 지휘관이 종종 하는 실수지.
Probably impossible because they needed Dante. Yeah, but why can't they procure a Dante?
그 감상이 중요한 게 아닌 것 같은데요. 저희는 저런 절차를 모르잖아요. 이러면
There was a dull thwick just as Sinclair began to air his concerns.
거기 루비에 있는 너. 또 이런 예외 처리 절차에서는 중층부에서 공유하는 물리 간섭 보호장을 쓰고 왜 처음 맞아본 사람처럼 그렇게
보호장.
Huh, that really does look kind of familiar, actually. We carefully approached Sinclair to take a look at where the projectile hit him.
이거 그거네요. 제가 질질 녹았던 그 앰플 주사.
그래도 그땐 멋졌어, 이
그러고 몇
수 인간들이.
K사의 앰플은 아닙니다.
Yep.
로보토믹 코퍼레이션은 과거에서부터 K사를 비롯한 여러 날개와의 협업을 통해 다수의 탄환과 앰플을 활용하며 회사를 운영한 것으로
I wanna
알려져
say thing, but they are spoilers, so better wait and see.
이 보호장 탄환 역시 그런 협업 결과의 일종으로 보이는군요.
그럼 이걸 맞으면
물리적인 피해.
One, they don't know how, and Libis make sure no one knows, remembers how protective of Foss and Virgilius and Dante hit. I'm EP, have a good night, guys. Good night, Ignatz.
비석이 발생시키는 충격파에도 버틸 수.
계획을 잘 안 들은 건 나중에 상담해서 얘기하자. 우선 보호장은 전원에게 적용해줄
단테.
Alright, let's gonna move on and deal with the other stills as well. There can only be one Dante because of unknown reasons. I mean, there's just a lot of assumptions we have to make. That's my problem, really.
네. 나머지 구역의 비석이 처리되었는지 확인 후 이탈하는 것이 좋겠습니다.
There's a lot of assumptions that goes into it. To the point where we can't have a concrete, like, view on what exactly the deal is.
아직 다른 가능성의 로보토믹 코퍼레이션 본사를 방문할 필요도 있으니 그때는
Good idea. Thanks to the unexpected support from 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃, we were able to explore further through the Valpurgis night.
좋은 뜻에서
It was just that I couldn't help but think back to Hod's last few utterances that managed to slip through the static. It made me wonder what really went down here at the headquarters of Lobotomy Corporation. Go buy LobCorp. Go play Lobotomy Corporation. The game we made first. The first game we made. Go play LobCorp. Okay, fine, buddy. I've played it. You don't have to tell me. Better wait and see.
세월이 지나면
Damn. There's the Dante's notes. The dream ending. All the way from south to the north. T Corp to P Corp. Want to see Don Ego passive? The notes time. But the gacha though? Who cares about the gacha? Don! Nope. Ego. Passives. On hits, if target has bleed, heal 3 HP. Lol. That was the other clue. Inflicts 3 bleed. You don't have a good Rhodia though? I don't need a good Rhodia. I just don't. I don't need a good Rhodia. What the fuck am I gonna do with a good Rhodia, man? If I get a good Rhodia, I get one. If I don't, I don't. Same goes with the Gregor. I don't need a good Gregor. I don't even really need a good Aldous. Or Sinclair. If the enemy bleed you, you recover like a vampire. You will need a good Gregor. I will. Well, I have Liu Association, so it's fine. Also, all the dispenses. I don't really know what I would dispense, but I do have it. You're getting your good outage soon, so that doesn't count. I am? And a good Rhodia. Let's go to the Dante's notes. District. It seems that fixers in each cardinal direction of the city differ in outfits and practices, though I haven't had much of a first-hand experience with them as of now. Now I'm up north, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances to observe the differences. Free Heisho Outis, remember? Right, I forgot. Probably gonna be able to get that. Mephistopheles. Reflection Railway Line 4. A blue-ish station themed after a banquet hall. Several stations appeared one after another without a break, and we even had Pekatula that looked just like the sinners' identities and ego attacking us. No wonder the sinners were exhausted by the end of it. Faust called them Pekatula of Envy, or Pekatulum Invidae. Thankfully, this railway was kind enough to give us breaks between every few waves of enemies, and because we managed to blast through multiple stations at once, some sinners expressed that this one was preferable to the previous ones, as it at least ended quickly. This makes me wonder, though, what happened to all those Pekatula Invidia who first boarded the train? Did they get killed at the banquet of the king in Bind? Or maybe they're still roaming somewhere within the stations? Who knows? I have no idea. I could not play that, so I can tell you. The PDA device. It's my company-issued device. I write journal entries on it like I'm doing now, and I sometimes communicate with the sinners' identities, too. There probably was more of the mirror technology involved in the making of this device. Huh. I used this device to converse with Catherine. It must have been the Golden Bow's powers that allowed me to talk directly to her. Did they stick a golden bow inside this device or something? Or maybe the presence of that golden bow allowed me to communicate with her through some kind of supernatural channel, even with a mundane device like this. That's what I'm guessing. Which was your longest stream? The Hollow Knight one. The Hollow Knight stream we did, that was the longest one. That was like 11 hours. I think that Railway is an experiment for PvP that never came to be. It's not that deep. King Binds is a very easy avenue to understand the power of King Binded by the need to serve the people. Yeah, it was rough. It was not supposed to be that long, but it just fucking happened and I hated it. God, that was a shit stream to go through. God, it was so shit. The Golden Bows. I still have no clue how these golden bows work, but it can really grant people's wishes. It's got to be something incredible. I ran out of internet that day. Noob was still going with his stream. It was fucked up, man. It was supposed to be like 6 hours. 6 fucking hours. And I was there for 11. I fell asleep 7.5 hours with the phone in my hand while sitting on my bed. He also had... How do you remember Thinking back on it, resonating with the golden bow would create a sort of dungeon of the fathoms, or fathoms of ego, which we had to battle through. Perhaps the power of the golden bow is to realize the thoughts or imaginations of people. I know it barely makes sense, but Win has anything in this adventure. Whichever is the case, these golden bows sure are something. So what is Lemma's company trying to achieve by collecting them? Some say that the golden bows have something to do with the mirror technology, but how? Every little thing I learn seems to lead only to more questions. 67, 67, 67, 67. I literally commented the number. Fuck you. Imaginations. Thoughts and imaginations. P-Corp! Their nest is located in District 16. It's full of extremely tall skyscrapers and spires that I have to bend my neck to see how tall they really are. Their specialty is canned items of sorts. 𝒊𝒎💏 listed off all kinds of canned items, and I was able to learn what they were. Learn that there were a lot of them. Various flyers cover the train station, walls and pillars from top to bottom. Is something awful going on here, I wonder? Humanity's greatest strength is making their will turn their imagination to reality. Dun, 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 dun. T-Corp, damn, that's a lot. Well, I do understand that I accidentally manipulated a lot of time, but I asked Seasong out of pure curiosity how we ended up saddled with more than 10 billion on of time tax. That's the most important fact about humanity in any fiction. Seasong explained that each person has a different time tax rate, and how saving more time means that one would have more time tax to pay. He continued to elaborate with various mathematical formulas, but I don't understand even half of not even a quarter of what he said. No matter how much time someone has, they can't put it to use unless they draw a time balance the day before. With that withdrawn time, they can use them all at once to make their days longer or save the time to invest them in a different occasion. Not that poor people would have the financial leeway to even think about doing the latter. The only info we had about P-Corp before the Canto is the bunker app known 𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒚. T-Corp's chief executive director was this guy called Herbert. Don't think I've ever met the actual head of the entire wing before. His name was Herbert? We haven't talked about the wish of T-Corp, have we? The wish of... I feel like we did, but I don't remember if we did. What we said about it. Herbert helped the sinners pretending to be a resistant. He used to strive to make the city a better place. Or so he says. Honestly, given the stake T-Corp is in, I'm not sure if I buy that. He appeared somewhat resigned, at first letting the League of Nine literatures go, ignoring the presence of 𝑳𝒊𝒏𝒚 in his nest. But something about me seemed to have motivated him again. The question is, why? Herbert, but before that change was Herbert? Hubert? I wish I had just a bit more time, if only I had 5 more minutes. If I have more hours. Maybe? He also gave me an ominous warning that turning back time always comes with a cost. But how could I not turn the clock? We still don't know what the cost is, by the way. There's no way it's just the pain that Dante feels. There's 100% more to it. I'm quoting him. There's 100% more to, more cost to what Dante does. And we just still don't know the truth. W Corp. That's a lot. After I found myself plenty of W Corp employee identities and learned quite a bit about warp trains from them, I felt comfortable enough to share that information with the sinners, which turned out to have been a good move in hindsight. It would have been a disaster to have to explain warp trains to them at that moment. Other than letting us cryo-sleep through the warp train journey, we were also given complimentary snacks as part of the first class package. Rhodia, who took my portion as well as I had no mouth to eat with, blissful expression made it pretty clear it was quite a delicacy. I can't eat, bro. I'm hungry. Holy shit. Dante canonically doesn't shit. Canonically doesn't piss. We just figured this out. Holy hell. I did find it kind of unusual that a train that, as far as the public knows, runs for only 10 seconds, bothered to sell package items or in-train meals. When I asked Faust, she explained their purpose were less practical and more thematic to give its passengers the impression of going on a trip. Another thing, I definitely remember seeing that employee crawl into an emergency escape pod, so where'd he go? I'm pretty sure we'll pee even if you don't drink. The reason I always call the CEO of 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚 is because they cannot be a good person at all, and that cost has to be related to something awful we don't know. We're just gonna have to see. You will. What am I gonna piss, bro? The air? I can't even fucking breathe. What am I pissing? Why don't the warp trains specialize in shipping cargo? If they have to go through so much trouble and manpower to transport people, wouldn't it be much more efficient to just transport cargo? Wait, I think I've sparked a debate. Heathcliff said this was because transporting people was the whole point of the train. The suggestion seemed to have given Yi-san an idea. I mean, yeah, it's because, like, you can't get the time from objects. You're only gonna get it from the people. So it's only worthwhile to do pissing time? Not pissing time, bro. Yi-sung noted that from W Corp's cooperation with T Corp, it is likely that they need time to operate their trains. Moreover, T Corp Chief Executive Director said that emotions don't change with time. Instead, time changes with emotions. It was something to that effect at least. Okay, in T Corp, basically, you know how, like, you know, pee is a way of eliminating waste on blood and exuding things? But if I'm not, like, you know, getting anything, what am I exuding? Exceeding? You know how, like, that one guy in T Corp, in the time-killing time story, had like 50 hours in a day? Imagine, like, taking that to the fucking extreme. And that's what happened. That's what's happening in the warp train. Where, like, you have, like, what? Billions of years in 10 seconds. You can't get time from objects, so it's not real time. It's a concept power that follows 24 o'clock hours like I suspected. The P will be like 99 ammonia, but it will have some water. From where is it getting the water? From where? Based on what everyone has said, we came to a pretty plausible conclusion that a state of emotionally transformative consciousness is an effective infinity of time is what moves from the blood. Yeah, but where is the blood getting that fucking water from? I'm not getting sustenance from the outside. My body is what it has, unless I'm just fucking immortal somehow. Based on what everyone has said, we came to the wish singularity is just following what Herbert thinks of time and not what it really is. Based on what everyone has said, we came to a pretty plausible conclusion. You won't have to pee if you have no blood. True. That a state of emotionally transformative consciousness in an effective infinity of time is what moves or powers the warp trains. Emotions themselves power the warp train. Either that or the state of consciousness is precisely what warp trains are built to induce. Some sinners and I applaud 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚 and Heathcliff for this hypothesis. 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚 and Heathcliff, bro, fuck off. Heathcliff came up with this? Shut up. Butlers. Am I making sense? Explaining hypothetical time is annoying. Yo, you're making sense, I understand it. The wish followed like Herbert's line of thinking, not what time really is. Don Quixote explained that there are fixers signed onto long-term contracts bound by individuals, families, or estates. Hey, don't bully Heath, man. Bro, he does not come up with shit, bro. He's not a scientist. Due to the wide range of their responsibilities, their pay is often decently lucrative, so a lot of high-grade fixers often take on butler contracts after retirement. Huh, so these fixers are retiring to become a different brand of fixers? Butlers bound to families or estates sometimes even forget what their initial contracts used to be, but apparently quitting is also a risky decision, given that taboo hunters or contract-related offices might come after them looking for bounty. It's unfair, but it's not like they have an abundance of options. It's one of those rare, guaranteed long-term tenure jobs in the city that pays a decent wage, so most of them settle for staying as butlers instead of risking unemployment. Makes sense. The 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒚 Association. Apparently they make deliveries using dimensional bags equipped with an AI polundista called courier trunks. To be more exact, it seems to be the association assigns the type of polundista most appropriate for the contract and path of each 𝑳𝒊𝒎𝒃 fixer. Boss explains that they embed the core or a module installed with AI to each individual courier trunk, and the point is they install the AI on the bag and use it to deliver stuff. Isn't AI illegal? I mean, not all AI. There's levels to AI. Like what's illegal in the city is conscious AI. But like an AI that like just does tasks, that's not illegal. That is like a repetitive task. Self-conscious, yeah. That's wildly different than like, you know, an AI algorithm that just transports one thing to another place. Like, for example, a calculator is probably the most rudimentary AI, I would say. A calculator. The most rudimentary an AI can be. And banning calculators would be fucking stupid. Any items in each trunk are often well preserved and their deliveries are rarely late, making them a vital association in the city. Maybe we can make use of their services one day, so that's pretty convenient. After a brief conversation with the identity, I learned that polundista, the AI, greatly empowers its users if they determine that it may be difficult to make the delivery on time. Failure to make punctual deliveries could result in death. No wonder they rarely ever miss the deadline. That's pretty crazy. Pretty fucking crazy, man, damn. VII Association. They seem to specialize in protecting and upholding public peace of the zone requested by their clients. They often make themselves as your client's shield. I learned from conversation with VII identities that they specialize in protecting things, but only if they're contracted to do so, of course. Syndicates. 𝒬𝒊𝒏𝒚. It's become a syndicate, huh? A syndicate founded by Sonia. I have to go, good luck. Goodbye, Fornius. We're almost done as well. Once we're go through the Dante's notes, we'll be done. A syndicate founded by Sonia. Rhodia once told me that they used to help the downtrodden of the back streets, but eventually devolved into armchair revolutionaries who did nothing but sit around talking about how they're going to change the city. I realized the detail about my theory of library, blocking ID access, A Corp, B Corp, and C Corp IDs. Yep, we don't have any of those either. And do they also have, you know, access to fucking, you know, bows, golden bows? So why 𝒊𝒏𝒚 is so tanky. If you keep on blocking each turn, she basically turns all incoming damage to 1. They've been slowly spreading their influence through the nest. We even ran into the 𝒬𝒊𝒏𝒚 terrorists using various inventions to cause trouble in the T-Corp nest. The 𝒬𝒊𝒏𝒚, who venerates Sonia as their saint, said they're waiting for the right moment. I don't know why they're calling Sonia the saint or what moment they're talking about, but something about it rubs me the wrong way. From what I gathered from listening to the 𝒂𝒑𝒏𝒚 identities, Sonia is not the same kind of saint as the 𝒂𝒑𝒏𝒚 associations. If anyone can get a bow easily, it's them, noob. It's more of why. Would they allow branch? I mean, I guess they would allow L-Corp branches to be in their place, but I don't know. Dimensional container. The city's technology. The bags that butlers carry are called dimensional cases or dimensional attached cases. It seems pretty convenient being able to store things greater than its external appearance may suggest. Maybe it's kind of like the back door of Mephistopheles. The size and capacity of each dimensional case depend on the make. The more expensive it is, the bigger its capacity, and smaller its external size. We can't stuff people into these dimensional cases, apparently. Maybe it's like the warp trains where it needs to differentiate between people and items. Mirror worlds. The mirror shows possibilities that may or may not have been. When Catherine, Nellie, and Heathcliff from the mirror worlds gazed into the mirror, they only saw all kinds of tragedies in their future. If there really are worlds of infinite possibilities, then there must be an infinity of time they have to observe, right? So can we really say that they saw every possible future? In other words, is it even possible to do something like that? It makes you wonder if we can actively interact or something with the mirror worlds. Considering bows can be destroyed, it's most likely they are able more than 13. So stuff like that is possible. We don't know how many there are. We make use of these mirror technologies almost daily, but we know so little about it. Yusung also said that mirror worlds are like a terribly tangled knot of mysteries we must carefully unravel. And the monolith. T-Corp's chief executive director offered to purchase the monolith from Limbus Company. Now we're selling artifacts that can induce distortions? It doesn't make sense. Our main business, at least on the surface, is distortion management. But we're selling items that can make distortions? Maybe we're just building a reputation as distortion experts so we can guarantee safety even with these artifacts. Well, if we're selling artifacts that create distortion, and take care of distortions when it inevitably causes someone to distort, I guess that makes a business model with a cycle of profits. I guess. Could happen. And then distortions. Picatula. Oh, speaking of which, don't FOSS system need a bow to work? Maybe? But we have not seen, like, anything that would suggest that. Because all FOSS identities work regardless of bows. All FOSS have access to it, it seems. To the FOSS network. And they can choose to ignore it. Like, the FOSS network seems to be a anything related to her directly. Also, as far as we know, in none of those mirror worlds we see Dante. That's another important fact. Yeah, but every network has a room server. Only the Mephistopheles, like, you know, in the Warp Corp, in the Warp Train, only the Mephistopheles actually, like, you know, gave her back the connection. And we know that Dante's has the golden bow. He has one in his head. Even so, his golden bow didn't help at all for her to make a connection with the Gesellschaft. We encountered the 𝒂💏, which can mimic not only the sinners' appearances but also their identities and ego. I asked Faust how the 𝒂💏, which are just things that fail to even distort, were able to use ego, but Faust shut the entire discussion down by saying it was still classified information. Oh well. How do they even mimic sinners from the mirror world if they don't have the identity cards pulled through the mirrored tech? Months are passing. The unique powers of each distortion are somewhat like singularities, or sometimes even surpass them. Even the T-Corp Chief Executive Director said that he saw a new possibility through the distortion called the Time Ripper. What's their true potential, I wonder? It's been a month since the start of the game, really? $12.16. Oh no. 4. So I'm guessing by now 1 year has passed. By Canto 9. 1 year has passed since the beginning of the game, I'm guessing. Oh, interesting. Either way, that is Dante's notes. That's do be it. Same age of game. The same time passed. I mean, it's been like 3 years now, isn't it? Pretty sure it's been like 3 years now since the start of the game. And this seems to be 1 year. Either way, that was fun. That was crazy. We got a lot, and I mean a lot of Faust developments. Remember the limbic system, relation with limit zone question? Adios, I'm gonna go to bed and possibly wake up to some questions. Alright, buddy. Kyogami, I pray for you, bud. Let's see, ChatGPT. Tree of Life. You haven't answered that yet? If I don't show up next stream, you know the reason. I pray for you, bud. You will be missed, Gil. Yep, you will be missed. How do we connect that to... How do we connect that to... limbus, as in the space between the overworld and hell, and the limbic how's to write limbic again? Limbic system. Okay, it's exactly how you would think. Limbic system that processes emotions. Alright, here it is again. This is actually really again connection with limbus, limbo, limbic, all circle around the same symbolic idea. The threshold between raw experience and full realization. Between raw experience and full realization. Full realization being the 𝒂�💃 view and raw experience. Even though they come from different traditions, they resonate in a way that feels almost mythologically consistent. Let's connect them. Limbus, the border region. In Latin, limbus literally means edge, border, hem, boundary. That's where the theological idea of limbo comes from in Christian thought and divine comedy. It is not heaven, not the deeper punishment of hell, but the threshold. The place of absence, incompletion, suspended arrival. We know all this. Existence without fulfillment, not torment exactly, but deprivation. We know this. Limbo in Dante. In Dante's Inferno, limbo is where virtuous pagans, the unbaptized great thinkers like philosophers and poets, reside. The virtuous pagans, the unbaptized and great thinkers and philosophers and poets. The sinners? They're not screaming in agony. The suffering is knowing truth exists but never fully reaching it. The sinners? This matters a lot because it means limbo is consciousness without union. They can perceive the horizon but not across it. Even so, we're trying to cross the limbus. We're in limbus and we're trying to cross it through the use of the golden bows. Through the sinners. The limbic system. Now let's jump to neuroscience. The limbic system is associated with emotion, memory, fear, attachment, desire, survival drives. It is a deep emotional architecture beneath rational thought. It processes significance before explanation. You feel before you understand. Seems very correct. You feel before you understand. The shared symbolic structure. This is where it gets powerful. Limbus, spiritual, the threshold between divine fulfillment. Limbic, psychological, the threshold before conscious interpretation. Both are intermediary spaces between experience and transcendence. I mean, yeah, that's why it's called the limbic system, because it's the in-between. Let's just get into the science of it. Connecting it to the 𝒂💃 view. Remember, 𝒂💃 view, total alignment with truth. The limbic system is almost the opposite starting point. Fear, desire, grief, attachment. These are not false. They are pre-rational signals. They are the psyche's first contact with reality. So, limbus equals emotional limbus. Emotional limbus. It is where the soul feels the truth before the mind can name it. Feeling the truth before contextualizing it. Lucifer, 𝑳𝒊𝒏𝒚, and emotional failure. Now connect to the antagonist. Lucifer, frozen. That's emotionally important, feeling the truth before understanding it. That's emotionally important. He's not raging, he is frozen solid. Psychologically, absolute emotional asphyxiation. Unresolved pride, no movement, no integration. Like a limbic state that never resolves. Pure permanent reaction. He is the limbus. Lucifer is limbus. 𝒬�𝒏𝒚, he manipulates. That's also limbic. The Strauss dominus control threat management. He weaponizes emotional cognition. He doesn't transcend instinct. He masters it for corruption. Satan is limbus. 𝒬�𝒏𝒚, he manipulates. He weaponizes emotional cognition. Masters the limbus itself, the limbic system. Limbo as the human condition. This may be the deepest connection. Most people live in a kind of psychological limbo. We are emotional creatures reaching for transcendence. Limbic beings trying to become beatific beings. That tension is the whole drama. First. Instinct below, divine order above. Consciousness trapped between. The between is limbus. We are limbus company? Instinct, thoughts, and the truth. Klilov parallel. If the tree of life is ordered integration, then Klilov becomes limbic energy without higher integration. Desire without meaning, fear without truth, emotion without transcendence. That is horror, not emotion itself, an emotion with no path upward. Klilov becomes the pure emotion. So like if the tree of life is the law, it is the perfection, it is perfection. Perfect logic, if it's an angel, in a way. Klilov is pure desire and pure emotion. I thought of Lucifer as a creature, but it's possible that it is an object in that context. And through logic, you mostly ego manifest, while through Klilov, through distortions, no, through like emotions that can't really go anywhere, you distort. Emotions that don't lead anywhere. When you don't have a path forward. As Dante is paving for the sinners. One-line synthesis. Limbus is where the soul waits. Limbic system is where meaning begins. Both are borderlands between instinct and revelation. This incredible material character work, protagonist can be as someone trapped in limbus, emotionally aware, spiritually incomplete, sensing truth but unable to reach it. The arc becomes moving from limbic reaction, conscious integration, beatific perception. This is Dante's entire journey. Moving from limbic reaction, emotionally aware, spiritually incomplete. Sensing the truth but unable to reach it. I mean, that's a pretty like, yeah, it does, yeah, that's Dante, but it is a pretty basic character arc, to be fair. That is a lot of protagonists. Moving from limbic reaction, from emotion to conscious integration, understanding, and then full understanding. Can the self move beyond reaction and survive truth? Sometimes the most complicated questions have the simplest answer. I mean, it just basically like... ChatGPT basically told us how this could all make sense. If you have all these concepts, how it could make sense. So, what did we learn? We mostly strengthened what we already had. Basically, we didn't learn anything new necessarily, I don't think. We just strengthened the theory we already had. But after like doing all the, you know, Arturia Federico stuff, linking the Tree of Life to, you know, the law? It feels right. It feels right to have that kind of thing. Basically, all our theories gain even stronger grounds. Pretty much. But I didn't notice anything new. By the way, that's it. We finished all the intervalos we had to do. That was a very fun... That was definitely the best one. Easily the best intervalo. Easily. Way better than all the other ones. Better than Hell's Chicken, better than C, better than Miracle in District 20, better than Yield My Flesh to Claim Their Bones, better than Time Killing Time. It was better than all of it. And it was just fun. It was a good time. Definitely a good time. When are we gonna do the dream ending? I have no idea. That's gonna be way later down the line. Probably, I don't know. We'll do it whenever we can. Next stream, though, is going to be... Hey, I can also use 7 squad members, right? I can finally use my Ishmael. So that's gonna be fun. As for next stream, we're just gonna do the 𝒊𝒎💃💏. It's probably gonna be a 2-hour stream. I'm not gonna, like, do more with it. We're just gonna do a small 2-hour stream. Very small. Not much to do. And it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be okay. That's all we're gonna do. Next stream. Whenever I have time, just a quick 2 hours of Segway. Apparently it's decent. Better than 𝒊𝒎💃💏, but we'll see. Because after that, we have the anniversary with the main quest. Holy. Anyway, we had our fun. We've been going for way too long. What, 6 hours? Oof. Yeah, we gotta stop right here. Anyway, we had our fun. I have nothing more to say, so with that, goodbye.